The YouTube stream going. Okay, YouTubers, I'm back in. If you can come back in, hopefully that solved it. If it didn't, I really don't have any fix. All right, guys. Anything else? So this Roblox, is it better? Thank you, Les. Okay. Okay. Good. It's really it's puzzling to me, why these things happen. But anyway, glad it's okay now. All right, what I want to do right now is see if there's anything else that's sneaking in here on the upside. Oh, actually, quite a few. I see VVPR. Didn't see that, but I can see it had a huge pop up and then a big pullback. VVPR. All right, so the PTCT had a pretty big pop up. I mean, a recovery from the absolute lows, 18 up to 20, almost $21, almost a $3 run. Listen a minute. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, we have less than a minute till this market opens, and in fact, about 15 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Been a real wild one. I'll get rid of this. Man, I'm concerned though, guys. What I'm going to do about this. This is a red bar, a red performance indicator right here. So anyway, I hope it's not going to affect the loading of charts and things like that. Okay, there's the crisp, or real mention crisp, but remember it had a big pop up to 46 and came right back down to 42. So pretty wild. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, SQ on the way down, SQ. And the PTCT, yes, it's on the way down. Again, I don't like to trade in the first 15. I mean, if this just continues to move down, I'm going to miss it. But look what it did. It did pop up. So I'm just going to hold on. See, first of all, if it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Well, it's probably going to tell me, I don't think it really tells me. It's just going to tell me, I've got too many windows open, but I don't have any more than I've had, over the last few months. So it's not like I've got more windows open. Well, there is the IBRX. It is starting to move, guys, but again, it's early. The high yesterday, it's trying to take out the high of yesterday, of 2 days ago. Now, I did not mention this NKGN. NKGN, the reason I didn't mention it is because it popped all the way up to 10 and came right back down. So I thought, okay, this is crazy, but NKGN now is trying to move a little bit. It's still up 28%. At one point, though, when it was up at 10, I don't even do a rapid calculation of what percent it was up. But there's the NKGN. Low float, 1.8 million in the float. Started trading as NKGN a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Unless you can see something here. The red is here, docs, dock panel, docs windows. I don't, but again, it's nothing. Unless I've got something, maybe I've got more. Let me just do a quick look. Make sure I don't have anything else open that I'm not aware of. Nope. Intel, guys, INTC on the move here, guys. INTC on the move. This is an earnings play. Huge float. 4 billion in the float. The next high is looking left for Intel, INTC, about 36.34 on the daily chart. Well, APLM not in it anymore, but APLM now at the high. Well, APLM certainly has room if it wants to keep going. I mean, the next highs are on the daily chart, a lot of resistance right around 2. That's certainly far enough away. I may reconsider it, but see, Shady is talking about getting long at 141. That's what, in case you guys are new, Shady's talking long 141 with a stop at 133. So if it gets to 141, now I don't know if that means you're in it now or you're waiting for 141 again. This CMCSA, I think actually it had an upgrade, either an upgrade or a downgrade. It had earnings yesterday. I do recall seeing it on the list. I didn't type it in though. Okay, look what the market's trying to do though, guys. So yeah, I'm just sort of skeptical that it's going to hold that hour that it popped. Yeah, see, look at this NKGN. So what I'm going to do is I will put an alert at $5 in case it comes back to 5 later on. Interesting. Okay. So far no lag, but I also did the same thing. I restarted it, my trade, my TI, and it still remained red. No, I'm not noticing any big lag. It's always going to be the charts, of course, but I've always sort of suffered with a bit of lag on the charts. But right now, not so bad. So the IBRX guy is on the move. There's a nice point out by somebody in the room. I can't remember who it was. Is it that was Lior? I'm not going to call you liar. Lior? Wow, look at Newell, guys. I mean, this has gone positive. NWL is an earnings play. It was way down here, 647, basically an all-time low. And look what it's doing. It's got nothing to do with the market. NWL, what a pop. I'm skeptical that this is going to remain. So Shady, was I right? Were you waiting for the second break of 141 to get into APLM? I'm trying to figure out the time that when you posted that. I can't remember if it had gone up afterwards to 141, because I know it got up to 141. Okay, guys, this is an earnings play. COUR is an earnings play. And this is almost going negative. I mean, wow. Some of these moves, and APLM is now halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody's in this now, because APLM just got halted on the way down. Okay. You are right, by the way. Who mentioned, I think it was Ovi? Yeah. IBRX is close to the 200-day moving average now, 248. What did it get to? It got right to 242. Okay, so that 200-day moving average so far has stalled it. You know what? There are actually some shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Only 2,000 shares, but there are some shorts available. All right, guys. Ford on the way down. F on the way down. Earnings play. Ford on the way down. F. Showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is early still. I do not like to take the trades before 9:45. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, ACMR, guys. ACMR on the way down here. ACMR on the way down. Too bad, Shady. were able to get out before the halt. ACMR on the way down, guys. I don't know what's going on here. It's okay. This is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They're releasing preliminary guidance, revenues, etc. They don't have earnings until the 7th, but they've decided to say, you know what? Here's a little sneak peek of what's going to happen, and it's not good. So that's ACMR. All right, guys. Well, this is what I was sort of afraid of. Look at this. So all that nice work, an hour and 15 almost straight up, being wiped out by this opening 15-minute SPY candle. So that's why, for me to try to go long anything is highly suspect. Because APLM resumed. All right, guys, what I'm doing right now, just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything. This CMC SA. Again, this is what I was just talking about. Earnings yesterday, trying to come back a bit. Eldorado, EGO. This is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play, gold play. So this is a gold play, but coming into some resistance perhaps around 11. EGO. Now look at this. Here's an earnings play. Remember I was talking about this one earlier. This is a REIT. Did not think this could possibly hold. I mean, the REITs have just been beaten up. So it's still mildly positive, but especially with the market doing what it's doing. PEB is an earnings play. PEB is an earnings play. Hotel Trust, look at this. Oh man, look at this breakdown on the weekly chart now. PEB, earnings play. Well, I'm an intraday trader, so the question in our YouTube room, so quote unquote, we like earnings plays because there is a potential direction for the next day or so. I mean, that's possible, but no, I mean because I'm an intraday player or trader, I'm just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, and typically a stock that has earnings will trade abnormally the day of. Now, whether or not those stocks have any continuation in the same direction over the next day or so, that's another issue. But no, I'm just interested in the earnings plays the day of because typically they're trading abnormally. And we are, right in that. We're right at the beginning of earnings season. 800 companies this week or 700 companies this week releasing, almost 1,000 next week. Victoria's Secret straight up. Okay. Not showing up in any one of my scans. Probably because of the relative volume. Let's see. That should be sneaking. Well, okay. It's not an earnings play. No, December earnings, but okay. Gas, GASS. This is a cheap one, stealth gas. Well, okay, guys. I mean, this has got some room. The next high looking left is 592, 562 on the week on the daily, 572, 592 or so on the weekly. I don't think it's an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. Out of Greece, deep sea freight transportation. All right, guys, ACMR, underneath 15. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown a little early. 1535 was the alert. Okay. So it's still underneath 15. There is room underneath to 13, 1350 or so. Okay. That's again what I have to repeat myself all the time. I understand that because new people in the room, when I say there's room, all I'm doing is I'm looking left to see where it could go until it hits the next low. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I'm just trying to take out chart resistance as a reason why it could not keep going down. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get down there, but this Coeur that I just showed you, COUR, earnings play, and it is starting and it is moving down, and the next low is looking left. Maybe come, yeah, see, here's the problem. Look at the daily chart. There could be some resist or some support around 1640 or so, which is of course too close. So I can't take this trade. It may just pile right through this, this area here, but that's just part of my trading plan, if you will. Not taking a trade if I see a low, if I'm shorting, if I see a low that's pretty close to the current price. ACMR guys. CMR has got lots of room. ACMR. Oh, William, you're long? You're doing this to me again. Okay. What was the one we did yesterday? All right. Well, you forced me to cover some. When William goes long, I will cover some of my position. I just hate doing this, though, William. I hate it. I want to cheer it lower, and I know. Anyway, All right, so this is now showing up on the 10-day on my abnormal option activity, SNY earnings play. I would, yeah, it's a big float, so for it to move any substantial amount, I think it's going to have to take out the low of the pre-market, which is around 43.50. I'll stick an alert there to see if that happens later. It's interesting. ACMR, I don't believe is an earnings play, or did they? Yeah, okay. So that's right. This is basically an earnings play, guys, even though they don't release officially until the 7th, but this is what we're talking about and announces preliminary, unaudited. So it may as well be an earnings play. What they're doing is they're conditioning the market for when we come up with our earnings on the 7th, don't be surprised. Well, okay, William. Well, I'll try to see if he gets underneath 14. You know me and whole numbers, so I'm looking to cover most of my position right around here now, unless it takes this out this whole number in a bigger way. Okay, I've just covered most of my position now of the ACMR. It popped down below the whole number as it started to come right back up to it. So I'm out of most of my position. Go for it, William. Morning, PJ. So again, this is where I saw it. Okay, I didn't get in at 15.35. I got in at 14.88. So I mean, I'm not. It was too early for me. 9:42. As I say, I'm stubbornly resisting taking any trades before the first 15 minutes, unless it's an all-time low, which it was not. But there's where I saw it. My 10-day daily breakdown. And again, I'm sharing all these scans that you see and that you can see. This is obviously on another monitor that I've got. I'm not trying to hide it from you. I just don't want to overload the main monitor with too much information. Oh, look at this APLM. That's why you have a stop. Look at this APLM just absolutely giving up a dollar now. Well, it's just a dark window. Okay. So call it four scans in one. It's just a dock window, that's all. Just assembling it like this. But it's not really there. It's only really two scans. Okay, there's the daily breakdown, daily breakout. This is just a don't repeat version on both sides, so I can see. I can go. I can go back if I missed an alert and say, okay, what did it do? And the NKGN had an alert at 9:31. The price was 470. What did it do from there? Okay, so I can click on it and I can see that it didn't do much. It's down to 407. Okay, but on my homepage, I am sharing all four of them, but individually. Some people don't want to short, so I don't combine them all in one on my homepage. Oh, wow. EMR right back down. Well, all right. Let me take a look at some of the other. Let's take a look at this Cour, COUR, to see if it has what's happening with it. Oh, that's right. Now remember, I said I didn't like it because to me it looks like there's decent support around 1650. What did it get down to? Got down to 1658, and it's popped up. Doesn't mean it's not going to get through here, but again, you have to have some kind of a trading plan, and that's part of my trading plan is not to take trades. If I see that if I'm going to short, that there's a low on either the daily chart or the weekly chart that is close to the current price, so I won't take the trade. Wow, ACMR guys, wow. I'm not in it anymore, but it is just, I mean, it's got room down 15.25, sorry, $13 is the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, this is an earnings play at Texas Roadhouse, TXRH, over 100. You would think there's a lot of resistance coming. It's coming into a lot of resistance, you would think. I see between here and 102. So I'd be on the lookout for a potential short. Look at this market. So your guys are anybody who's sitting there and saying, well, how do I, if you won't short, then it's pretty tough. If you won't short because maybe your account doesn't permit it, or and if you have psychological reasons for not, because it is pretty darn hard to go long anything. Okay, guys, take a look at Mattel. I mean, Mattel was earnings play yesterday, but had a nice recovery. Still finished down for the day. It's above yesterday's high now, through 1876 or so. Uh, the 200 moving average far enough away. 1947. It's at 1895 right now. Certainly moving counter to the market. This was actually a very nice recovery play yesterday. Okay, so IBRX after the little pause at the 200-day moving average now has popped through it. Not in this one. Now, looking left, the next high is 270. It's right at that. It's right there. You can see right there. That red line, 275, excuse me, is the next high. No more shorts available now for me. At one point there were a couple thousand, but no more shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Ford continues down on earnings, guys. Ford continues down. Okay, CPOP. Is this a I don't know. I don't see the halt. No, I understand why. So it was halted earlier, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on with CPOP. Okay, so here's an earnings play that is actually still up for the day. Wow, but look at their it's a huge recovery. It's barely up for the day. SSNC. Well, we need some buying to step in. Okay, so you look at the SPY chart now, guys. Look at the three bottoming tails in a row. Okay, on the SPY, 15 minutes. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, let me get a big SPY chart up. All right, so this is what I'm talking about. So you see on the SPY chart, there's the opening 15-minute candle. Excuse me. I'm sorry, that's the 9:15 candle. There's a 9:30, there's a 9:45. Okay, so bottoming tails. Remember, the sellers had it down here, buyers closed it here. Sellers knocked it down again. Buyers moved it up to here. Sellers tried again, and now the buyers, for a bit anyway, are trying to assume control. You get a bunch of bottoming tails in a row. Eventually, the sellers will give up for a while, and that applies to any stock. I'm just looking at the SPY overall market. So if you are now a bounce play, potentially could be working okay right now. If you're looking at some kind of a bounce play. The problem with this is that, it's just so choppy because you don't know if this is going to remain a green candle and maybe, green candle moving way high. And then all of a sudden the big selling comes in and then you see a big topping tail. Again, means the set buyers had it up to a certain point. Sellers just came in and knocked it down. So, a lot of uncertainty still. All right, guys, see what's happening. What's this spec doing? Excuse me, SPEC. Well, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, excuse me, the high of the day was 254, and the high 2 days ago was 264. So it sort of tried to approach that high. Okay, now this one's going crazy again. FRBN, guys. Now, if you're going to even take a look at this one, just be awfully careful. Look what it did yesterday. Got up to $47, closed down here at 17. Okay, this is a SPAC. They're going to be doing a merger with some company. So again, if you're new into the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the mic and sharing my screen. At about 10:30, I go over all the scans that I'm sharing and all the other information you can find on my homepage. And we'll talk a little bit about the test drive that is coming up on November 6th. You can get access to trade ideas for 10 trading days for $11.11. I'll put that link in a bit. Okay, now here's the ABR, guys, and again, I wish I just stuck to my guns. I mean, I just did not think this is a REIT. I mean, these REITs have been just killed. And so, yeah, it had a little pop on earnings, but just hard to believe that this could sustain it. So, guys, remember this was a green bar. So here's the SPY. This was a green bar up here, but sellers are still knocking the market down. Look at this SPY, guys. I mean, this is just, how is it now? 10:10. So this still has 4.5 minutes to close. I have my doubts it's going to close green, but but only one thing that I can see that'll get the bulls interested in a more sustained way, and it's just probably not going to happen. They'd have to decrease interest rates. They'd have to come out next month or whenever I guess next month and say, you know what, we're going to decrease interest rates, and that's just not going to happen. So, all right, Dan is an earnings play. DAN is an earnings play. And it's actually not bad. I mean, it has not succumbed to a sell-off yet. Now, the problem could be, I mean, to me, I mean, look, it's at 1325 now. You look at the daily chart, looks like there's about 3 days at around 1350. Could easily stall it. Now, if you told me it was going to get up to 1350, from 1325, sure. But the way I look at things is that when I see a resistance at 1350, I think that if somebody was in at 13, they'd be probably starting to sell before they got to 1350. Leanne, wow, okay. Leanne actually is pretty darn good. Took out yesterday's high, that 2 days ago high. What a week for Leanne. LIAN. This was all from the 25th phase 2A study, and that caused the pop here. It's actually been pretty darn good. Come on, Spy. Okay, prove me wrong. Turn it into a nice big green bar and then have a follow through. That's what we're looking for. It's not just one. We want about two or three of them at least. Give us an hour straight up, or at least not down. How's that? So I did read today, I don't know if it was yesterday or it happened this morning. So some hotshot lawyer, I guess he did a lot of work for Microsoft, I believe. He's taking on the cannabis industry, specifically trying to get your government to finally relax it. First of all, take it out of this whatever schedule it's in, lumping it still with heroin, etc. But also, it's more about the banking. And so this lawyer, there we go. This guy, I guess he's got some hotshot lawyer, Microsoft antitrust lawyer, to sue the U.S. government for federal pot prohibition. All right, keep an eye on Hog even. This was another earnings play from yesterday. It is sort of trying to do the same thing that Mattel was doing at the beginning of the day. I believe it is, well, it's nowhere close to being above yesterday's high, but trying to come back a little bit. It did bounce from its lows of 25.40. It got up to 26.90. That was a big bounce for Hog. Excuse me. This was an unbelievable shot yesterday at the beginning. Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, I may be wrong, but I mean, you if you went into your local cannabis store where it's legal, how do you pay for it? It seemed to me that you can't use a credit card or something. It's all cash. I mean, it's crazy. Well, Katie, yes, that was yesterday. That's what I was saying. Hog, all for the big part of the beginning of the day. Yeah, the grunt sound is my sound alert in the daily breakdown. And I said that. I said, I found it amusing that Hog was giving me the grunt, grunt, grunt. What about BJRI? Peter in our YouTube room had earnings yesterday. Well, let's take a look at it, see what it's doing. Actually, not bad. I mean, it's a okay. Well, this is an earnings play today. I mean, this is what I call an earnings play today, Peter. Yes, it released after hours yesterday, but now the big reaction is today. Yeah, not bad actually. I mean, the next high looking left, 25.27. So, it would have to get through that. And then if it can get through that, then the next high is 26.70. So, whether it gets through this high right over here, though, that's the issue. 25.27 is very close. So this is an earnings play today. And not a lot of volume. The relative volume is good, 8, but not a lot of absolute volume, 216. Spread isn't great, 20, 25.13, 25.29, not great. I'd like to see a little more volume when it's an earnings play. I'm the only one who really pays attention to old numbers. Look at this market now, guys. Again, no follow through, not yet anyway. So it must be a state by state issue, Grumpy, regarding credit cards. Perhaps, I don't know. Expo. I didn't see this in the pre-market. The reason I didn't see it in the pre-market, it wasn't trading in the pre-market. Didn't start trading until, I mean, this is yesterday, released earnings yesterday, Expo, EXPO. But no trading in the pre-market. Once the market opened, though, again, another one that's, not a lot of volume. And just for you, Grumpy, I've been pronouncing it Roblox. Roblox has been fading now. I have a couple of analysts that put some lofty price targets on it, 38 and 41 or 37 and 41, but it is starting to fade. In the face of this market, I don't see how anybody can really go long, especially when it doesn't have like insane news about it. It's just relentless, though. Just absolutely. Those of you who were around in 2008 and 9, I mean, look, it's still early. It's very, very early. And I'm certainly not comparing it to that, but boy, oh boy, I mean, every single day for it seemed like a year and a half, almost 2 years. I don't think I went long once in 2 years. But when you say what parameters are important to focus on, what do you mean by that exactly? Oh, I see. I see. The pre-market active scanner. Well, I mean, all I do is I'm just looking for the stocks that are active, okay, up or down, and that's why I post that list. Doesn't mean so those are stocks that we can start watching to see what happens once the market opens. And right now, I'm concentrating on all mainly on the earnings plays. There's so many earnings plays. I'm sort of shying away from these crazy little ones because there's so many great earnings plays. When I say great earnings plays, I mean stocks that are volatile because of earnings, they're up or down. So what I'm doing now, just to show you what I look at. What time is it now? 10:22. So in about 8 minutes or so, I'm going to show you all these scans that I'm sharing. But so what I'm looking for here in the actives up and down at the beginning. So at the very beginning, all I'm doing is I'm just looking at the ones that have moved the most from yesterday. Okay, they changed from the close. These are the ones that are getting now. This is still active, okay, but I mean, I don't run this once the market opens. But when it so before 9:30, so I'm looking at the ones that have moved up the most and the ones that have moved down the most. Okay, this can perhaps give you a bit of a clue what might happen to them once the market opens. So that's the first. That's the obvious thing. That's the obvious, excuse me, column to sort on. The change from the close. So these are the ones that are up the most, and then these are the ones that are down the most. But then the next, because we're in earnings season, then what I'm doing is I'm sorting on the earnings date column and scrolling down until I can see anything in 0.25 and minus 0.25. These are look at all these earnings plays. Now, a lot of them weren't showing up in the pre-market because they didn't have enough volume. Okay, but now that's what I'm concentrating on. The earnings plays and to try to see, especially if I see an earnings play that is an all-time low or lots of room looking left, if I want to short or go long. So that's kind of what I do. Well, Peter, of course, you can't concentrate on relative volume in the pre-market because it's not it doesn't like the pre-market. The relative volume is not something you can look at in the pre-market. Our relative volume filter, it doesn't start until the market opens. Now, once we're out of earnings season, you'll see. I mean, guys, these are all of the earnings plays. I mean, it's a full. Look at this. I mean, it's a full. Remember, I showed you this list 2 weeks ago. There might have been three. Okay. Look at it though. It's just absolutely jam packed. I said at one point I wouldn't be able to maybe see them all. Okay. Absolutely jam packed. Now, this is the same filter. It's the same scan. I just organize it in ones that are up and the ones that are down. And I sort on the position in the day's range because I want to see the ones that are near the high of the day and I want to see the ones that are near the low of the day. You can see right down here, there's Ford at the bottom here, there's Ford at the top here. The reason I do it that way is that just to save a little bit of screen space, because all I really care about are the ones near the high or the low of the day. That's me anyway. So it's exactly the same scan, but I just sort on the position in the day's range to give me the two looks at a glance without having to scroll. And the other thing is the way it's color coded, ABR just went negative. This low over here, guys, 1273. I wish it weren't there. The low yesterday. I'd be in this one right now. The low is 1273. Yeah. I mean, is exactly what I thought could happen because these REITs have just been terrible. But for instance, the SNC. So this is the way this is color coded. So here's COLM. Okay. COLM, when you see orange, that means it's still down for the day. You can see it's down for the day. Down meaning it's below yesterday's close, but it's recovering. This is green. It's not right at the high of the day. You'll see if you can see a little white area over here, that means it's not at the high of the day. But look at SNY as an example. SNY, you see that position in days range. It's right at the low of today's. It's right at the low of today. But what can be interesting if I saw something, well, here, like Juniper. Okay, Juniper is still up for the day. That's why it's green here, but it's below the 50% level of its range in the day. So SNY, it's almost at, I have an alert set at the low of the pre-market. The reason I'm not terribly interested in this is because the float is so big, it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. 2.5 billion in the float. Yeah, I can share that scanner. The scanner that you have, this is another way of looking at it, okay? Earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. Remember, this is a top list, okay? So I'm sorting on the position in the day's range. This is a real-time alert of what's happening, of all the earnings plays. In red, it means making a new low. In green, it means making a new high, okay? That is what I'm sharing on my homepage, but I will share this also. There's the SNY now, guys, at the pre-market low. Okay, so this is, so the link I'm putting in right now is this scan right there, right here. Okay, this docked earnings layout. And in about a month from now, I won't be looking at this anymore because there'll be so few earnings plays. Yeah, look at this one, LYB. I'd love to short this one, but again, I look left and there could be some support around 88. So, 88.70 down to 88 is not a big enough percentage move. So for me, for me, even this one, I mean, there could be some support right around 43 for SNY. Not enough room for me. Nerds, NRDS. I did see this one. This is an earnings play, guys. NRDS. This is an earnings play. Is it shortable? It is shortable, 1.65. Why would I even look at that? Because look at all the action right around 9. Okay. So I'm not saying it's not going to get through here, but there looks like there's a lot of resistance right around, between here and say 910. And with this market the way it is, it's just hard to get too enthused about going long anything, especially when you start seeing, now this could just pile right through. It's 36 million in the float, so it's certainly not a high float, not a low float, but I mean it could pile right through all this, but I have my doubts. Yeah, look at SNY. I'm not in it, but hey, I mean, listen, it may. I mean, it may get down to that 43, 42.69 level. All right, guys, CPRX. This is not an earnings play. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. Well, they had news yesterday about a drug approval. The problem is, yeah, here's the problem, I guess. I mean, we got approval for it, but I guess the market isn't big enough. It says rare muscular dystrophy. So I don't know. Because I mean, this does have some room on the way down. I mean, it's 11, 212 or so, 1196 is the next low. It's not bad from 1250. Oh, man, what a short that would have been. The woulda, coulda, shoulda. All right, ABR continues down. So let's take a look at this market. We have a disconnect going here. The Dow is down, not huge, but it's down. NASA is up almost the same amount as the Dow is down. So we've got a bit of a disconnect in this market right now between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. NAS being growth, Dow being value. So there's a disconnect going on right now. My guess is if I looked at XLK would be positive. Yeah, a little bit positive. This is the tech sector, helped by Amazon. And I'm sorry, and Intel. I'm trying to think of the other one. And Intel, INTC, and Amazon. Now, in my opinion, here we go, Imperial Oil, another earnings play. This has been a strong earnings play, guys. After that first 15-minute candle, it's been straight up, 945, been straight up, COLM, Columbia, I know them. And the next high looking left is 72.77. So you would think it's coming into some resistance. It's hard for me to believe this is just going to continue moving higher past this level. It's a retail play, of course. Let's take a look at retail, XRT. Not that it really matters, I guess, with a specific company, but XRT, at least it's flat. Okay, I'm going to take a look at HOG now, HOG, breaking down below that whole number, 27. I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert right about here. A potential short, 26.83. Okay, now that's the low of today. Yes, it had a nice bounce from this was just an unbelievable short yesterday before it bounced. And remember, this was an earnings play, so this is why it was down. There was a reason. Well, I was obviously wrong about the SNY. I mean, the SNY moved a lot more than I thought it ever could with that float. I think this is there it is, Sam. Okay. This is what you're talking about right here. I just put the link in for you. Yeah, I just did not think it could move as much with that float, but it certainly did. SNY. What's that low? Right there, the low is 26.84 for hog today. It's below now yesterday's close a little bit. I'd be really watching this for a break of that low. There is a spread filter, but not a percent, Stuart. It's in pennies. Okay. So if you right click, question in our YouTube room, is there a spread filter? But you're looking for a percent? No, unfortunately, there isn't. But we do have it in pennies. So if you right click on an alert window and then click on configure, then search, and then type in spread. Okay, spread. And then you can add the filter and say you wanted to have a maximum of 5 cents. You put 5 pennies, 10 cents, whatever that is. I understand what you're trying to do because, of course, a 5 cent spread on a $1 stock is a lot different from a 5 cent spread on Apple. Okay, I get it. But no, unfortunately, there's no way to create a percentage of it. And understand, I don't really use this very much because if you use the spread filter and you get an alert at the time of the alert, the spread, let's just say you put a maximum of 5 cents for the spread. And we're talking about this, guys. Okay, this is the spread 26.87, 26.89. So, 3 cent spread right now, 86.89. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers. Blue screen is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales. So that's the spread. So if you use the spread filter and you get an alert, at the time of the alert, the spread would have been exactly what you want. Does it? But half a second later, that 5 cent spread could turn into 20 cents. Okay. So just so you know. But again, the problem, Stuart, is that what would be better, and I've asked for this in the past, but to no avail, would be even an average spread. Okay, because again, as I was saying, you can have a spread filter and use it, and you can get I'd say 5 cents, and then you can get the alert, but then half a second later, that spread could go to 20 cents. So really, and if you're trading Apple and Amazon and all those big ones, I mean, you don't have to worry about the spread. So it's really the spread is it's important, of course, with some of these smaller ones, but it won't matter. I mean, again, at the time of the alert, the spread could be exactly what you want, and if you take the trade, but again, literally half a second later, that spread could increase. Okay, guys, I am short hog. Okay, I am short hog. There's what my alert was right here at 2683, which was the low. So I'm in at 2680. And we'll see what happens. If it gets back close to that whole number, I'm out. And why I'm short, I'm looking at the market. I'm just looking at this market, just well, a couple of reasons. Even if the market wasn't doing this, but again, it was an earnings play yesterday. Yes, it had a bounce, but it was still, finished way below the close of what are we now? Friday of Wednesday. So again, for all the reasons this was down because of earnings, they're still intact. You're right, Stuart, but of course it works the other way too. If you put a spread filter in at say a nickel, okay, and yeah, you'll eliminate anything at the moment that was a very wide spread. But as we've seen, a wide spread can turn into a narrow spread for a while. So that's why I just don't use it. All right. Well, Nerds is I know it is actually Nerds. It's Nerd Wallet. Okay. So I thought it was being funny. Anyway, NRDS. So it is, I mean, look, it might blast right through all that area. But look at this weekly chart. I mean, to me, there's just a ton of resistance not that far away for NRDS. Well, look at this, guys. I mean, look at what Nerds did. It just blew right through all this. So, I was definitely wrong. I thought maybe this 910 area would block it, but not yet anyway. Oh man, I'm again wrong about the SNY. I just did not think it could have a move like that after already being down a bunch and with that float. But look at that move. That's a great, great, great percentage move. Okay, guys, I'm kind of watching the hog. It's sort of having a bit of I don't know if it's moving with the market. All right, wow, 10:47 already. So I'm a little bit late in terms of the things I like to talk about just in general about trade ideas, especially about the test drive that's coming up. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So I just put in actually, I did not yet. All right, I just put in a link called the test drive, November 6th to 20th. All right, so this is what it's all about. So if you ever wanted to try out trade ideas, for a free trial, we don't have free trials. Okay, this is as close as you're going to get. So the test drive starts on the 6th, November the 6th. It goes through the 20th. Those are 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11 to sign up for the test drive. You'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading. No auto trading, no auto trading. Okay, I have to keep repeating that because sometimes people sign up for these test drives thinking they're going to be able to try out auto trading, and they get upset because we don't allow it. So just understand, no auto trading. You'll have access to our AI. You can see all the alerts that we get from it, but no auto trading. Okay, you'll be able, if you're into back testing, you'll be able to back test. Just no auto trading. So it will cost you $11.11. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay, you're not getting any data until live data until November the 6th. That's when it starts. This is not adjustable. So in other words, if you sign up and say, well, I can only start on the 7th, do I get 10 days? No, you'll get 9 days. Okay, this is a fixed period, 6th to the 20th. You want to take advantage of the full 10. You have to start on the 6th and it'll end on the 20th. Okay, we only do this about 3 times a year now. And excuse me, if common question is what happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription. Now, this is also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to take a look at our premium service, especially really the AI, you can do so. It will cost you 11.11. If you've taken the test drive before, you can do it again. There's no limit to the number of times you can do it. The other thing that you'll have access to, some people have asked, is if I click on New and then Market Explorer, these are the Market Explorer strategies. Hover over this select strategy. This is the anchored VWAP, all these strategies in here. Okay, this is a $49 add-on usually, but for the test drive, it will be included. Okay, so that's the test drive. Just give me a moment. Watching the hog here, guys. Yeah, he's probably moving with the market. Okay, I put in my homepage link. This is what you're going to find on my homepage. First thing, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year, Barry25. Okay. And super important, if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my link. Please use my link, use my promo code. It really helps the room. It'll help to keep the room free. Okay, this is a free room, but obviously a cost associated to run a free room. And the way that cost we can make sure it's free is if you, at some point in time, whenever that is, if you want to take out a subscription, use my homepage link or remember my code and put that in. Okay. It'll really help to keep the room free. So if you're going to take the test drive, you must, or if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. And let's run you through your download and install, your first start login. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. If you're going to take this test drive, treat it seriously. You should know a little bit about trade ideas before you take the test drive, as opposed to just coming in and saying, "All right, what does this program do?" Okay, you have to have some idea about why you're taking the test drive. If you're new to trading, we have a free video series for you, Trading 101, put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Talk of the Day video that I do, it's free. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade this week. Steve Gomez, who is the originator of it, he suggested staying in cash. My guess he could do the same thing next week. Pretty hard to come up with one. These are designed for more like swing trades. Pretty hard to come up with one in this market. Education section is here. This is our guide. Again, if you're going to be a subscriber or take the test drive, you can take a look at this. There's the getting started again. You want a little more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is, a little bit about stock racing and price alerts. Okay, price alerts. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, but at the very least, you should know what an alert window is and a top list window. Okay, that's what you're seeing on my screen in essence. Getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And look at this market. Just watching my hog trade. Well, it's still kind of hanging in there. A little underwater. I'm in at 26.80 on the short. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. And then you can head over at 12 o'clock Eastern time to listen to Andy for his hour. So if you save my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time. The big education section. Okay, out of hog, guys. It's bouncing too much with the market. So I'm out of the hog. I will look at it again in case it takes out that low of 26.75 later on. So what's EDI? I think isn't this a not an earnings play? EDR is not. Wow, this has got some room, guys. This has got some room. It's through the 200-day moving average and looking left on the daily chart. I haven't seen one like this for a bit. 24.30. So this has got some room. And about $1.32 to the next high. Interesting. What's the volume? Good volume. Big float. That's okay. I mean, everything I look at doesn't have to be a low float, but this could be interesting. If I Let's see if there's any news on this one. It has earnings next week or a couple of weeks, I guess, November the 8th. Volume is picking up. Amusement and this is the one that got hammered down because of the WWE and I think this got hammered down this day and continued down because of the deal between the Saudis and I mean I don't follow WWE or anything like that, but Well, the only reason ICU was up today is because they canceled their financing. Okay, so do I think it's a good play? I I mean, I was talking in the pre-market. I guess you might not have been here in the pre-market that, a great way for these guys to make money is to say, okay, had the big pop, say we're going to do a financing, the stock drops, and then today they come out and say, you know what, we're not going to do it, and the stock pops. So I mean, conspiracy theorist, if you will, that these guys who control the company, this is a good plan, announce a financing, drop the stock, buy it here, and then say, you know what, now we're not going to do one. I'm not saying that's what they did, okay, but so that's the reason it's up. Do I think it's a good buy? I don't know. I mean, the high looking left is 124. Just have to understand why it was doing this today. And it's very, very, very choppy on the 15-minute chart, up and down, topping tails and bottoming tails. Oh, that was from yesterday. That's right. That was from yesterday, Mr. Two, wasn't it? I remember. But weren't they also, didn't they get hammered down because of that, the Saudis, WWE or something like that? It's not on my homepage, GB. This is what you'll see on my homepage regarding earnings. If you want this earnings play, if you want this, I just have to give it to you. It's not on my homepage. This is the presentation that's on my homepage. It's still valid. I use them both. This is more like two alert windows competing that just look at earnings plays. So if it's in red, it means just made a new low. If it's in green, means it just made a new high. This is a crawl, whereas this is a similar presentation. You can see X right there. You can see X right there made a new high. You can see it's at the top here. So I can give that to you also. Okay. Oh, sorry. Where was that question? There it is. Okay. G. Okay. There it is. There's the link. And again, for the next probably 3 weeks, maybe a month, that might be a stretch, but certainly for the next 3 weeks, this will be active. So if you took any one of my scans or you're wondering, well, what are these things looking for? Wow, this nerds, I cannot believe it. Didn't listen to me. Didn't get stalled at 9. I mean, it's coming back now, but so if you're wondering, well, what is this scan actually looking for? It's called Momo. I mean, there's your clue. It's a momentum scan. Excuse me. I see Hog is right back down. Have to take a look at it again, perhaps. So any of my scans or any other scan that is being shared at Trade Ideas, because we have a lot of scans here also. If you click on New and then Doc Channel Bar, and these are all theme-based channels. Okay, there are a lot of scans in here. But if I right-click on this alert window, click on Configure, and click on Summary. So this is what the scan is looking for. So There are a lot of screening programs out there that you can buy. And of course, we can screen. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. These are the filters. But what we're really, really excellent at is real time alerts like EDR as an example. Okay. Real time alerts. So in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. If the stock is between 1 and 100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, a little around 11 o'clock Eastern time. And this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Just give me one moment, please. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing EDR up here. Okay. We get a real-time alert. That's what we're really, really good at. So, I mean, if you looked at this scan and you thought, well, I like it, but I don't like the price range, you can change it, of course. Or you want to up that or get rid of a filter or add a filter. Once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can see all the filters that we've got or a different alert. If you want to see a new 5 minute high as an example instead of a new high, you can make adjustments. If you like it exactly the way it is, this is what I like to see. But again, it doesn't have to be what you like to see, right? Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. I click on search this time, and you can see right at the very top here, these are the new high of the day, new low of the day. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But we have a lot of other ones. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we've got. So I always have to preface this by saying, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all right? Only reason we have so many is because with all the different types of trading styles out there and all the different customers that we've got, we had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to build their own scans. But as you've seen, if you don't want to build your own scans, you can take mine. You can go into the channel bar. We have a lot of built-in scans there. You can always, again, adjust them to your style of trading in terms of a price range or maybe a volume or, so you can, if you don't ever want to build your own scan from scratch, we probably have something for you as a template that you can always adjust. And in this room, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think that you're interrupting me. I'll do my best to answer any questions that you have. If I can't answer a question, I'll try to direct it to somebody who can. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see. I'm looking at some of my thumbnail. I'm revisiting the hog. What would have to happen for me to get into it would be this. This is maybe a green bar ignored. Excuse me. Maybe you would have to get below. We're on 2677. So a little bit of a downturn, little pause with that green bar. It is totally engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle is red, moving below the low of that green candle. That could get it running again. So that would be in the face of a market that's trying to recover. Okay, guys. Well, I wanted to get into the EDR. I was all set to take it, but for whatever reason, it's dropping. Even though I mean, look, it's dropping a bit, even though the market is moving higher. Real would say it's probably above a channel, and I'm talking EDR. Oh, nerds! I cannot believe that this did what it did. Oh well. Next high looking left. I mean, who knows? Maybe it takes that out too. 954. Now, what you're seeing here, this abnormal option activity scan, okay? So, as an intraday trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, the number one filter that I use is our relative volume filter, okay? So, for instance, with NRDS, 31, that means it is trading about 31 times normal of what it normally does up to this time of day. That's now this is not an exact definition, but good enough for an explanation. Ah, okay. Give me a moment. Um, so on average, over the last 10 days, up to this time of day, 11:11, this is 31 times that average. Okay, of what it has normally done up to around 11 o'clock over the last 10 days. So of course that makes it significant. It's trading abnormal in terms of volume. So that's one way I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Excuse me. Another way is to also look at their option activity. So again, nerds, option volume today is 1,200 contracts, not like a huge number, but that is almost that's 9.6 times normal and growing because obviously, this number will keep moving higher, excuse me, as the day progresses. So this is 9.6 times normal, 963%, 9.6 times normal, what it has done again over the last 10 days. It might be 14 days. I can't remember anymore. All I know is, there's a baseline and it compares it to that baseline. So another way for me to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally, looking at the option volume and the volume. Okay. So I don't trade options, do not trade options, but excuse me, this again, it's just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And this is what I'm talking about, guys, why I love earnings season, even though I'm not in this one. It's these sort of stocks that release earnings that I love. Stocks that, I mean, we have, because we're active traders. If you've been in the room, well, we saw this nerds do this, but I guarantee that most people don't know Nerd Wallet. Okay, but the day it has earnings, it can do something like this. 41% move. Could have been down 41%, but it's up. And this is why I love earnings season, just to see these, the second, third, fourth tier companies that release earnings. Again, I know I say it every day, but I don't care about Amazon and Microsoft and Apple. These are the ones that I love to see. Now, I think there are some shorts available for nerds at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, oh, lots. 1.6 million. Reason I say that, I mean, again, will this stop it? This is a high right over here, 954. What did it get up to? 944. But one of the hardest things to do is shorting tops. You think, well, okay, is this a top? Shorting tops is very hard. Finding bounces, very hard. Well, it's been a pretty fast morning, 11:15. I have another 45 minutes or so before I take my break. I'm going to confirm that it will be Andy in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. Again, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in for the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. And I think it's a good idea to listen to the other traders who take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Everybody has a different take on the market. I have a certain style of trading. We have 5 days of the week, five different traders, and we all have different styles of trading. So I think it's always a good idea. And Andy will have different scans from the ones I use. Andy and Steve are more swing traders, but they're going to tell you awfully hard right now. Okay, I see. Well, you don't have access to my setups, okay? But if yet, because you're not trade, it is not live. But if you, well, wait a minute. But if you keep my homepage link somewhere, a moment. So if you save my homepage link somewhere, okay, and then you click on it, say about an hour after the market closes on Friday, okay, not this Friday, but the following Friday, a week Friday, then you'll have access to the program, and then you can start looking. You can see my scans are here, okay, right here. These are the scans that I'm sharing. And I would also, you can do the get started right now. You can take a look, you won't be doing the download and install or your first startup and login, but you can, take a look at the introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, things like that. That'll get you set up, at least knowing what they're all about. Okay. Well, that's interesting, PJ, because CASA, was it UCASA, said that somebody in the pre-market said that they were charged $264 or something like that for their short of SNY. And that was And that was out of nowhere, I guess. I mean, you can't because I'm looking at at the fee rate, it's like 0.43%, which is nothing. But that must be an additional fee that is undisclosed until you buy it, until you short it. That should be, that's kind of what happened with me with what's Icon stock again? ICANN stock again? Oh, they did give you a warning. Oh, well, then that's on you. The reason I say that is that I tried to short Icon stock. I can't remember what the symbol is anymore. When it was really, really moving down, and IB would pop up and say, you are a Canadian, you may be subjected to some tax withholding or something to that effect. And I said, oh, okay, I'm not going to do it. IEP, thank you, William. Yeah, IEP. And it's the first time I've ever seen that, ever trying to short anything at IB. And I thought, okay, well, I don't need the aggravation. I don't even know what it means. Tax withholding. I mean, I know what that means, but I don't understand why this specific stock they would say that to me. So I just backed off it. I'm going to butcher your name probably in our YouTube room. Dilavar. Which video are you talking about? So maybe I'm glad that I didn't short SNY. No, that's okay. That's good warning for others. Yeah, there's Casa saying, yeah, $263 to short. Same alert, AR. So even if you go long, so it's not just shorting. Stewart is saying he got a similar. Really? But this is a US stock. No, this is somebody in our YouTube room saying ARLP. They got a same kind of message with ARLP going long in IB. Oh, so you're a Canadian also, Stuart. Okay, that's the message. Yeah, the IRS may take 10% of the proceeds. Well, when I see that, I say I'm just not going to get involved. That's, again, Stuart and I are, or we're not US citizens, so I guess that's why we're getting that message very, very few times though. Yeah, but you're in the States, PJ. Okay, guys, let's see. Kind of looking I'm still kind of interested in hog on a short, but because it's not, I mean, the market, you know what? I mean, market's moving. I mean, market is actually moving. We've got two straight half an hour up, guys, and another 6 minutes for this one to close, 5.5 minutes for this bar to close. So, hey. All right, Andy just did confirm it will be him in our YouTube room in about a little over half an hour. When I take my break. Okay, I haven't checked any of these. Is this another SPAC, AMAO? Yeah, this is another SPAC, AMAO. So I see it popped up to 15. Well, yeah, PJ, I mean, there's so much to trade that, if I get a message like that, I mean, I just say, okay, fine. You're basically telling me to be aware. All right, guys, spec, SPEC, making another little move here. Oh, here we go. Look at this, 268,000 in the, yeah, not to belabor the point, but when that message came up, that dominated my screen. Okay. So it was, I could not miss it. And it seemed to be fraught with warning. So I said, okay, why am I going to bother? Look at spec, guys. This is, I didn't realize this is a crazy, crazy low float. 268,000 in the float. Oh, okay. No, this was not fine print. This was hammering me right in my face. Let me take a look at another website. I want to check that float. So another website has about 2 million, so about 10 times that. So, but I mean, it's still very, very low float. I don't know where our guy has, our provider has 268,000, but it's a low float, not as crazy low, but it's still very low, 2.6 million. It's almost like we've misplaced a decimal here. Next high looking left is 305. Another earnings play, I don't think Betterware de Mexico. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Through the 200-day moving average, direct to consumer selling business. Okay. Through the 200-day moving average, big drop. Didn't see this in the pre-market. It really didn't trade very much in the pre-market. That's why it's only traded 120,000. So gotta be careful. Yeah, so Denver, I checked another website and they have 2.6 million, so but it's still low for the spec. It's EEC, not as crazy low, but it is still low. Look, if it takes out this 305, just stick an alert up there because then a lot of traders will be looking at this. The next high is up at 480, and then some will even look at this. We're never saying it's going to get up here, but let's see if there's a reason for this. Just trying to see if there's any specific reason. Well, the CPRX has kept moving down, guys. I mean, I don't, what was the first alert for it? So this is the don't repeat version of the option activity. So the first alert was at 1246, 1215 now. And this is why I like to have this so I can check to see, okay, here's where we had the alert, 10:32 Eastern time. Price was 1246. And you can check to see what happened from there. So again, anything in brown is a suggestion to short, anything in light blue, a suggestion to go long. So I was like this EDR, really liked it. And I might like it later, 22.99. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick a price alert at $23 to see if it takes that out later. I mean, this had a ton of room when I looked left, up to, I'm not saying it's going to get up here, of course, but 24.35. So if this comes back up to 23, this might get it rolling again. Okay, so this is what I was saying about the color coding. You see this EQNR, it's in green. That means it's still up from yesterday's low, but look what's happened. It's fading. It's fading, EQNR. I mean, it may be having a little pop now. Can't tell until I check the chart, but you can see what's happened. It faded there because remember how I sort this. This is sorted on the position in the day's range. And so if you see like AVTR, should be right at the low of today or very, very, very close to it. Yeah, I can see it right there, AVTR, right at the low of the of today's range. That's why. So it's also obviously it's below yesterday's close and it's at the low of today. Whereas EQ and R is still above yesterday's close, but it's fading towards the low of the day. Whereas CBRE is below yesterday's close still. Okay, it's still below yesterday's close, but it's trying to get, to the top of the day's range. That's how it's color coded. And finally, you probably know what I'm talking about, guys. Finally. So from anybody who trades crypto, maybe you can answer this. I certainly don't. So, but in our YouTube room, is there some kind of crackdown on crypto? I just received an email. Kraken will cease trading. I'm sure you didn't mean cease trading. You probably meant cease trading. Tether, DAI, WBDC, Waxel, just pointing to maybe a potential move down in the Bitcoin sector. I don't know. I have no idea. But anybody who trades crypto, that seems to be specific to Kraken. Or Kraken, wasn't that in Canada? Yeah, look at the market now. Yeah, again, we're in this very choppy market still. So we had a nice we had 30 minutes. Nice 30 minutes. Iron is down. FE guys, FE is down. Earnings play. We have a halt. Okay, again, this FRBN just going bananas again. No, you never know. I have to take a look at this AMAO. I always say, take a few shares of this when it's at 10. That is I'm not telling anybody to do that, okay? Should preface all this. This is basically where a SPAC starts trading at 10. And failure to satisfy listing rule, okay? Well, that was on October 16th. And sometimes what happens is I don't get what that really means, but what we're all waiting what a SPAC is all about is that they're looking for a company to take public. It's a private company. They're looking to take public with this by a SPAC. What a SPAC is basically a company that investors put money in. It's usually around, and they usually start trading at 10. So it has money, and then they look for a company to merge with and taking that company public. So it's a sort of an easier way of going public. But I don't know what happened here. Typically, when you see a move like that, typically, if you see the news, they're saying something like, okay, we are looking to take XYZ public and shareholders are approving it. But I don't see any news like that. Wow, nerds right back up. right back up. Well, I mean, there's the high again, right there, that high of 954, and it got to 950. So, I mean, if it pops through that 954, it's got still some room, I guess, to the 10 level. And that's a great move for 42%. Another earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume. Commercial banking, PRMS, sorry, FRST. I mean, look at AVTR. I mean, at one point, remember, this is where it closed yesterday at 1950. At one point, it got up to 2058, a dollar above. Market opens, you can see right there, market opens and just absolutely getting killed. And another, again, it is an earnings play. So Shady and Roblox, is this what he's looking at? He's looking at the high of the previous 15-minute candle, I believe, which is 3154. So he's taking the trade just over the high of that candle there also 3153. This is 3156. So yeah, this little area, I can see what he's looking at exactly, taking out that little area. I'll put an alert there. Has a couple of big upgrades today, RBLX. And then what he's saying, if it hits 3155, he'll take the trade with a stop at 3130, 25 cents away. All right, guys, this EDR is, I mean, it's interesting to me. I mean, just because of the void, the gap. So it's back up, it's back to the original alert in the option scanner, 22.99. It's back up to that area. Didn't look at axe. What is axe? Is it getting the axe? No, not really. Remember, these are ideas. Every alert that I get is just an idea. It's not take the trade immediately. So US Steel had earnings. Let's say again, it's decent, excuse me, but I mean, do we really think it can take out this 33.67? What did it get up to? 33.59. Look left on this daily chart, and it looks like there's all sorts of resistance right around the area it's in. Ah, all right, guys. In about a little less than 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Remember RTO from yesterday? I think this was an earnings play yesterday. It's trying to have a daily reversal. Okay, I haven't really, I mean, I do have this scan called Daily Reversal. It is my homepage, but to have a daily reversal, especially on the upside, again, if it's color coded, if it's in light blue, it means a suggestion to go long, yellow, a suggestion to go short. Again, really hard to try to play some kind of a reversal when the market's doing this. But so you get the alert would have been right at the high here of yesterday, because that's what the reversal is looking for. It's looking for a stock that was beaten down the day before and then trying to reverse today. That's what the daily reversal is looking for. All right, well, here's the EDR now. Hmm. Problem is, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm not sure I want to get into anything. But the EDR now is at least it's above 23 again. I think CMCSA is still, well, I'm going to stick an alert to the high yesterday. This could turn into a bit of a daily reversal. At earnings yesterday, got slammed down on earnings. It started very low again this morning, but is recovering. Yeah, $41 also, a little over 41 is the 200 days, so it may not be worth it. Okay, Colgate, Palmolive, CL, it's an earnings play, trying to have a little bit of a bounce. Maybe if it takes out 72.20, the high right there, maybe. But again, I think we have to have the market with us. Okay, guys, EDR is on the move a little bit. EDR on the move a little bit. I guess that popped up. I guess I think Willing put in the news that GM is getting close to a settlement also with the UAW. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Andy's not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. Within 10 minutes, he'll be there. Ooh, just looking outside. Frost on the roofs. First time. Guild. Let's take a look at Guild. All right. Well, there's CL. Hmm. Not really moving with the market, but CL is trying to have a little bit of a bounce here. Well, I mean, it's had a pretty good bounce, 71, almost a dollar from the lows, but now taking out the high of that previous 15-minute candle. But I just feel like grasping at straws here, trying to, play these little bounces when the market is just not conducive. If you use the okay, Sam, if you use the earnings date filter, you add the filter. So, for instance, 0.75 would be today. after hours. Not that there are going to be very many, if any, after hours today. But if you put a positive number, say 5, you'll see all the stocks that are having earnings up to 5 days. And okay, as an example, in the max. And if you put 0 or, I guess if you put 0 here, let me just see 0 and 5. Yeah, so earnings were reported no more than 5 days after 12 o'clock this morning, okay, as an example. So you'll see if you do that, so if you use the earnings date filter and put say 5, depending how many days you want to go into the future. Okay, that makes sense. So just in the search box, just type in earnings and you'll bring up the earnings date filter. Okay, you got it? Great. I don't want to do that, so cancel out. The other thing you can do, I don't use it, but the histogram, what time is it? 11:56. So the histogram. Also, I don't really use it. So this is a calendar also. This is a histogram. So this is showing you, upcoming. So you could use this little earnings date column or a slider. Or sorry, probably in the max. Well, you can try. I don't use it. I don't use this, but it can kind of show where right now, if I put the max up to, I don't know how many days that is. That's 3,869 companies releasing earnings. Okay. I just find that it's okay, but well, there you go. There's the max 6 days, 2,333 companies. Meanwhile, nerds coming again. I mean, that 960, I think, is that high, isn't it? Yeah, look what it's doing. It's getting right into that high, 955, and the high is 954. So it's getting right into that high. Few days also back here in August, the same one, well, 958. Oh yeah, a lot of earnings coming up. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Andy's not in the room yet, but I'll put my announcement in preparation for Andy to take over for me. There's nerds, guys, NRDS taking out that 960 now. Okay, I will just wait for Andy to show up. Probably should have paid a lot more attention to this. I say all the time, if you see the same stock in the 10-day daily breakout, plus in the momentum, plus in the abnormal option activity, really pay attention to it. I just thought it would get blocked earlier at around just over 9. I mean, obviously completely wrong. I should have paid a little more attention to all this. The first alert was at 897 in the daily breakout. and the first alert in the abnormal option activity was at, so we had an alert at 897 here, the 10-day daily breakout, and at 915 price at 1045. So you get the same symbol alerting in two different scans, especially those two. Not so much in the momentum, but certainly in the 10-day daily breakout and the option activity. I should have paid way more attention.
Barry, can you hear me, Barry?
I can. I didn't hear the little pop though. I didn't hear the little
Yeah,
pop.
that's 2 weeks in a row you didn't hear that little pop. I'm not sure what's going on.
I was talking. It's possible. Wow. What's going on, Andy?
Oh man, not a whole lot. Yeah, just
Well, I
plugging
prepared
away.
them to
What's that?
say, Andy's a swing trader typically, and probably
hmm
not going to find a lot of stuff to swing.
It's not easy. It's not easy. I'm the type of guy that always wants to try to pick some bottoms, in the
Mm-hmm.
market, but you got to do it with small size, and then you got to get out quick when you're wrong. So,
Mm-hmm.
yes, a lot of churning lately, I should say.
Yeah, no kidding. Just let me mute myself in the main room, okay? So, guys,
Okay.
Andy is in the YouTube room right now. You can head over and listen to him. He'll be there until. Can you go to 1, or do you have to leave early?
Nope, I'm full hour.
Okay, full hour. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, guys, I'll see you back in the main room at 1 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine trying to swing trade. I just can't even
Yo,
fathom
yeah.
it. For
No.
months now, really. I mean, it's not been easy.
No, no, it hasn't. It hasn't. And typically what you try to do if you're in your swing trader like this, you know what you can do in the good times, and you just have to limit, either try to go sideways, or limit your losses. And
Hmm.
if the market is down 10% of its highs, you try to be down maybe 3 or 5. You're doing good, because when the bounce comes, you're gonna kill it. So
Right,
yeah, you just gotta uh, try to outperform the market, dude. That's the whole
and
key.
the problem is too. I mean, not the problem, but I mean, some of the ones that really do move in retrospect are these crazy little bios,
Yeah.
which are insanely hard to swing trade because you just never know
Oh
what's going to
yeah.
happen.
No, you don't.
So, that's the problem. I mean, you see some of these moves, 40 cents to $5, and you go, over a couple of weeks, you go, man, I should have had that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have got in at 1, and then it could be at 10 cents the next day. So, that's the problem
Yeah. Yeah.
with these bios.
And a lot of
Anyway,
yeah, yeah. Take your break, man. You gotta get going.
I got to get going. I
Yeah.
do got to get going. Okay, thank you, Andy.
Have a good one, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hey guys, how are you? If you're in here for the first time, we're just hijacking Barry's live stream, YouTube live stream, so we can give you a support webinar. So if anybody has any questions regarding the software, my name is Andy. Just hit me up. If not, if you got questions about stocks, strategies, whatever it may be, just yeah, shoot me something in that chat, and we'll try to tackle it. But until then, we'll continue to talk kind of what I've been doing lately, and then also, hi Brian, how are you? And then also, looking at the market, where we may get a bounce. So, what are the possible scenarios that may play out in this market? In the meantime, yeah, I try to find when I'm like, I notice China has been kind of outperforming the last few days. I don't know how if this will continue, but if you look at the K Web, for example, I didn't look at FXI. Let's take a look at it as well. Yeah, same thing. Okay, so you got those spies looking just the opposite over the last 5 days, where they're continuing to go lower. And this, it seems like it may be trying to put in a bounce in the China market. So, kind of what I've been focusing on. You can see I'm in three Chinas. KWeb, of course, giving it had a nice little gap up, but didn't take any. I did take some VIPs off on the gap. Lee, I really like, you guys know I love Lee. Anybody that's been following me, And I was out of it. This has been by far my best trader over the year, and basically have been out of it, since about right here, and then got in on this day right here, got back in. So got back above its 20 period moving average. So like the way Lee's holding up, of course, it's at the top of support here. So who knows if it's going to last, but hey, I'm a buck in the money, so got a little something to play with. What are your conditions for a market rally? A good question. I mean, first of all, you have to have selling exhaustion, and we're just not seeing that at this. We're having a hard time getting a bounce, and very typical, in a bear market. And uh, I think I warned back over here on this day, on a Friday. I said, just be careful. This feels good, but we're still making lower highs, and you can see. Uh, Let me go ahead and get my Epic pen up. I know most of you guys know all this. Where'd my pen go? Oh, it's just slow coming up. So we had a high right here, and then we kind of just been making lower and lower highs. So what I typically do now that we're below all of our key, moving averages, I mean, this is just about as bearish as it gets. So you're going to have to find the level of support. Now, if you back out on the SPY, and you can do anchored VWAPs. I don't do a whole lot of that stuff, but let's back out on the SPY, and we'll just draw a line right where we're at right now, and I'll make this big for you guys. And we'll just draw a horizontal line right where we're at, and we're going to look for areas of support. And are we at one? Yes, I mean, people, this is kind of messy, but you can see this is definitely kind of a level of interest, especially going back over here where you had this drop from there, and you have a lot of kind of messy, you know, candles all through and around this range. So we are kind of level of support here. And not only that, let's just show you. You got this mess right here, then you got that right there, you got that right there, you got more stuff right here. So yeah, it's this definitely a level of support. Now, if we don't hold this, and what I'm always doing is drawing trend lines. Okay, and we are below. Clear this. I love support and resistance, but even more, I really love trend lines. And if you draw it from right here, obviously we are correct through that one. Okay, you definitely need 2 points. So I guess if one wanted to get creative, they could draw one from right here. Say this is our next trend line, but for me, the big picture right here is we broke our trend line and we broke our moving averages. So there's just not a whole lot there in my opinion, but that doesn't mean we can't bounce. It's just boy, I think this is a critical level. I really do, because obviously the whole number of the 400 would be big. Maybe you could go back over here and look at this area right here around 404, but this is a level, if you're bullish, you would like to see it hold, because I'm just not seeing any trends at all. I think we're through those in my book. All right. Now let's see what's holding up today. I mentioned China was doing okay over the last few. We do have technology with Amazon kind of leading the way. The Qs. Let's take a look at the Qs while we're looking at it. And you guys fire away. I'm just rambling on. You know what? There used to be a China channel. I think we took that down. Let me see if we got show more here. Oh, nope, there's one. You got to hit show more, and that would be your China channel. Let me pull it up in the docked window here. dock channel bar. And what you do is just pull up a dock channel bar and then go to show more down at the bottom of your channel bar there, and then scroll down and you'll see China. Oh, they don't have it in the dock channel bar. Okay, you got to go to the regular one. Huh. Well, I tell you what, if it gets hot, I'll make sure they throw it back in there. That's for sure. So you're gonna have to go to the regular one. I'm not gonna pull it up because it'll change my layout and everything. And I got some things I'm looking at here, but you can see it if you go to show more in the regular channel bar. That's going to be your China channel. Now, obviously, there's nothing bullish really about the uh, China market right now, but I just would like to look at relative strength in a short-term time frame, and you can see over the last. I just pull up KWeb. You can see it is kind of bouncing off these lows where the spies relative to the spies. Uh, yeah, look at them the last 5 days. So short term, 5 day time frame, China is showing some relative strength compared to our markets for sure. Couple of other. Now I bought this BTDR 2 days ago, and it was not easy to sit in yesterday's move, but it's a Bitcoin mining, uh, Singapore, and tons and tons of volume have been coming in over the last several days and had a nice bounce. So this is definitely a bottom fish, but like I said, I'm in from 3:30 in my account. I got a bad feel in paper trading, but yeah, that wasn't fun yesterday. But I stayed with it, so I'm hoping this thing can break out of this range and do it on some volume, low, typically not real low float, but 21 million that could get going. So one to keep an eye on, especially if you know, if Bitcoin can remain strong, and so far it really is. Uh, Tesla, yeah, Tesla can be kind of whippy anyway. It's a very volatile stock. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but you're really in no man's land. Yeah, so yeah, that's weird. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if those are some bad ticks. Has to be. Do you see them on your regular chart, other charts besides trade ideas, Brian? Or is it only on trade ideas you're seeing that? He shorted Sava yesterday. Nice. I don't know at what point you shorted Sava at. Let's see if you said it. No, on Thinkorswim also. Okay, yeah, that's it could be some bad ticks from the exchanges causing that. It has to be since it's showing more on more platforms. Yeah, if you shorted Sava next to highs, that was a pretty savvy trade there. All right. I'd like to see this go through a day. I'll probably sell half of this. Really, when you're picking bottoms like this, you really need to go for more of a juggler. 'Cause if you if you're going to risk, you know, buying an ugly chart like that, you really got to let it work for you. Okay, E Trade too, huh? So I'm not sure what's going on. So I'd probably leave that one alone today, or at least don't put any any stops in. Plus, it's in no man's land. Yeah, that's just as sloppy and awful as it gets. Yes, the market has been very hard. You don't see the wicks on TradingView, huh? Interesting. As the spies look like they want to roll over again. Yeah, bear with me just 1 second. All right. Feels like we could just kind of do like an inside spinning top today. Don't know if we're going to have enough volume to take us lower. Plus, we're pretty oversold here in the last couple of weeks, so we'll see what happens. But feels like one of those days where it's going to make make you take it home with you with either direction if you want to. Here's a good example why you don't buy highs. Hold on just a minute. My daughter's yelling at me. All right, sorry about that one. All right, I do have a like a one I've had for a long time. I call it my China watcher, and this is it's weird. China stocks are weird, hard to play, but it seems like I don't for some reason I trade them. I trade them well, but like I said, it's just looking at the overall market. There's nothing to get real excited about. But well, if you catch these at the right time, you get some incredible moves out of them. That can cut both ways, though. Look at the chart in BJRI. All right. Are you talking about Peter? Are you talking about on a daily chart? I guess. Yeah, I don't use a whole lot of trend lines intraday. I would rather just use moving averages. Yeah, that's a tough one, just because it's been so beaten up. There's uh, I mean, the only trend you have is I can draw it from here to here, which is kind of just really you know ugly because it broke through that, but it just kind of went sideways. Now it's getting a little pop up. You really need at least 2 points, right, to form a trend. So see, this is a nice trend going back over here. If I did that, you'll see a nice trend going this way. All right, and then look what happened once it broke that trend. It's been just kind of going down, down, down. So find yourself two major points, typically like lows in a longer term time frame. I like to at least get it, maybe 6 months in there, and then just line up those 2 points, and that extended line is going to be your trend. Okay. Now, once it breaks that trend, let me get it so you guys can see it. Once it breaks that trend, and you can even also take this one all the way back probably to here too as well. Draw one from right here. to right there, and pretty much marries up kind of close to the same place. So that's what you do. You just basically find, 2 points and then draw the line, and the continuation of that line is going to be your trend. Try to zoom out a little bit so you can see it better. There you go. But right now, yeah, it's there's nothing really to draw right here, because really that trend, the only trend you have is this one I drew earlier. And so really what you do now, if it peaks up here and runs into this 50 period moving average, and then backs off and then consolidates for a while and starts heading over, this will be your 2 points. So your 2 point would be, right here. That would be your next point. So you could draw, theoretically draw one from right here to that point right there. And then if it comes and slops around and gets back through that, let's say a month later, that would be breaking a trend. Hope that makes sense. See if those. I'm liking the way these Maras and Riots is pulling back, and it's why I have a price alert in these things, because what'll happen, maybe not today, maybe not even Monday or Tuesday, you'll come and you'll get a bar reversal and break through those lines, especially if Bitcoin can remain strong. Be careful, like these stocks that uh, have good earnings and then have one good day, because I've noticed a lot of them are just giving it up. The next day or the day before. A great example would be Spotify. Had a great day after earnings on this day right here, and look, it just kind of gave it back up. Now, if you put in here maybe a bar reversal around that, maybe on Monday might be worth looking at. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of these. I'm not playing many gappers at all. And another great example is Netflix. I mean, Netflix, and I actually tried that. I bought it on this day right here, and then I end up getting out of basically a very tiny loser on this day. Just seeing this a lot. These things are just gapping up too much for this market that we're in. I have traded. I trade Bido. Now, I usually trade. I don't like. Uh, the problem with Bido is it's kind of Bido. It's kind of like trading Bitcoin, right? And you got the overnight moves that you can get killed. So I was very fortunate. Oh, this new is one I set this morning. It was on my watch list. But and really, I think I may have only traded this a couple of times, and what I like doing is maybe uh, finding exhausted. I think right here, I think I may have caught this on this day right here, and of course, I got out like right here somewhere for some reason. Scares me. So I missed a big portion of the move, but I'm trying to think why I got in right there. But anyway, I don't like doing it because, and if I'm going to do it, I'm looking for areas of support where it may bounce and then play small size, because you do get the overnight moves, which I don't. It's kind of like gold and oil stocks. 15 minutes. Now you tell me 15 minutes. You know, like I said, I don't. To me, trend lines are made for daily charts. I won't do trends, in on a 15-minute chart. That's just me personally. I'd rather use moving averages. So if we go back and look at BJRI, my focus would be on the 10 period moving average right here. Now it closed below, but now it popped right back up. So one candle, you know, does not make a chart, I should say, but uh, that's what I like to focus on. It's a low floater too. So, but yeah, it's just too short of a time frame for me to be thinking about trend lines. Uh, I will. Back when I first started trading, right? We didn't have trade ideas. All we had was like high low tickers, and we did have a sector kind of a sector analysis, which would show you which sectors were strong. So I was really good about knowing like if the SMHs were strong on the day. My go-to 4 or 5 stocks that I would go to look at, and so yes, I learned being kind of a sector trader on what's strong on the day. Uh, Now with trade ideas, I still will do some of that for sure, but, there's just too much stuff that trade ideas has that'll give you ideas. If I was a day trader, yeah, I'd be focusing in on, like, these races. Uh, oh, look at that. My bit deer is leading the race here. Always nice to come in long a stock and see it on the races. And the spies are getting weak. But, no, it's a good idea, to know some stocks, and it's real easy to do. You can just kind of pick, you know, uh, go Google, stocks that make up the SMH, and you'll get a list of like the top 10 holdings of the SMH, right? And then you can drop those in a watch list and build you a scan. So when you see the SMH is strong on the day, you can pull up that scan and trade off that. So that's very old school, basic trading, not but nowadays a lot of day traders are looking for the low floaters, the ones that are, ripping, and I understand that. Okay, spies trying to go to lows here. Yeah, Brian, if I was going to get serious, about I'm just an equities guy, but if I was going to get serious about Bitcoin, that's what I would do too. I would trade the Bitcoin futures. I just don't I'm just not motivated enough to open up account, get a wallet, try to protect my it just sounds too complicated for me. I'm sure it's not once you got it down, but I would do what you did, just trade the futures. HS, hi. Definitely. I No, no, I haven't. I've been short and long at the same time, but uh, not the same stock with different time frames. It's an interesting concept because uh, I remember one time I had 2 accounts, and I was like, I'm trying to think what I can't remember. I think it was trading Yahoo at the time. That tells you how long ago this is. And I had 2 accounts, and I was long a lot of it in, in my long-term account. I had a pretty good chunk of Yahoo in my long-term account, so what I would do is every time it would, like, have a nice little pop, and I'd be in the money, I would short I would day trade, I would short it. So that way I'm just kinda hedging myself. So in other words, yeah, so if it kept going up, I'm okay because I got it long in this account. So what I would do is just, short it and scalp it, in my other account. And I remember I did that for a couple of weeks, but it's like, I don't know, it just kinda got too much work. But no, no, I can see why you would do that. I mean, it made sense to me. It's like, wait a minute, I don't if I got a big chunk of this and don't want it to go against me, I'll just pound it to the short side in my day trading account, stay long. Peter, I read today that a school district in the state spent $50 million on high school football stadium. Yeah, we got some crazy, not and there's a lot up here where I live. I know McKinney's got a huge stadium. Yeah, it's some crazy, man. You drive past these things, you think you're going by, to a college stadium. All right, Brian. Maybe I'll have to venture into that at some point. And another reason too is because I'm kind of a junkie when it comes to trading. So, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, and that's one reason I never got a futures account because I know myself and I would be trading 24/7, man. I'm like, I can't be doing that. But I tell you what, there was like about a 15-year I could kill myself because I noticed it early on. And there was a guy on Twitter that noticed it too. And so I started watching the futures, right around midnight. So what was happening for about at least a 10-year period is like 60% of the gains in the overall market were done overnight, and typically between 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning. So call it what you want. Some people say, it's just the plunge protection team. Driving up when there's light futures, it's easy for them to push them up. So yeah, you'd wake up, no matter what the market did the day before, you'd always wake up and it's like, oh, we got a, you know, 1% gap up. What's going on? And yeah, so for the longest time, it was, yeah, if you bought the futures like at midnight and sold them at like 6 every day, you would have made a killing. Not even mess with the day market during the day. That's the only time I can really kill myself for not trading futures. But I don't know if I'd had a system to automate it. I wouldn't want to make sure I was up every night at midnight and waking up every morning at 6. Yeah. Yeah, it's there's true. I can't remember the guy's name. Steve would remember him, but he would show the analytics. He would show all the data, man, on Twitter, and it was, yeah, it was crazy. Which would it would make it tough for us. I wasn't day trading at the time. I was swing trading, but yeah, it made it tougher. What it made you want to do is you could probably theoretically do the same thing. Just bought the the SPY on the close and then sold it in the morning. But a lot of times before the market opened, it would start selling off. So it was a certain amount of time there, and it may have been like from 12 to 4. It may have only been a 4-hour block. I can't exactly remember, but I know it was in the middle of the night when there was no volume, and it's real easy to take the futures up. All right, let's see what's happening here. SPY is, I'm gonna put this up here. Kind of want to be alerted to this thing. Let's take a look at the SPY. Got close to lows, put in a bounce. Volumes pretty much normal. Qs stronger on the day because of Amazon, up 1%. And how about the old dreaded IWM? And it is through yesterday's lows. Let's see, take a look at IWM because this one is pretty oversold. See, ooh, look what we got here. Let me stretch it out. And I love, wow, we're right there, right as we speak. Let me draw and show you guys. And we'll just put it right there. Zoom out a little bit. There you have it. Interesting. They say there's no such thing as a triple bottom. I would be real surprised though with the amount of carnage we've had, in the last couple of weeks for it to go through right now. It may need to, as Steve would say, bounce up, let the troops rest, get a nice meal and a shower, and then try it again later. Now, if it does break, let's pull up a weekly. There's the bar. Yeah. So pretty critical level here. And if it doesn't hold, gosh, yeah, there's nothing till about 15 points lower. No, let's call it 12 points lower. And that's not even much. I like this level back over here a lot better. 45. Put your alert in just there, just for the future sake. That's ominous looking. For some of you day traders, this interesting right here, this BTAI. Now I know it's beaten up sector, but I'm sorry, beaten up daily chart. But if it does get through this like 333 level, could have a quick 30 cent, 40 cents pop. Oh, good, Peter. Good. I'm glad you like it. Now, have you read Reminiscence of a Stock Operator? I would highly recommend that one. It's just a good, kind of a great book on crowd psychology, and uh, goes back a long ways. Goes back to the early 1900s. Uh, but they have a newer version, so you're not reading that old English. But that's a good one. Every trader I know has read that book. Bought some of this IO and Q off the $10 level for a possible, it's a big psychological level, that $10 level. I bought a little bit yesterday, and then I sold some in after hours because it looks like Amazon was going to tank, and then I had it back into some today. But no, no, Brian, that's good. That's I, that my fear. I just know how governments are, and uh, since see, I just think if they do have a central bank digital dollar, I don't think it's going to be with Bitcoin. I mean, I can just see them saying, what about why should we let all these people that just mined this new technology back in the day benefit? And we'll just create our own coin. And but I don't know. I just don't know enough about it. I mean, gosh, if you look at the way Bitcoin is trading in the last few days, you may be on something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the SPX, will be added. I mean, I know we have it in here in the no, we just have it as SPY. I thought we had it as the SPX. Huh. I honestly, I wish we would just get futures. My gosh, there's so many people. It just dwarfs the equities market. The futures market does, and I wish we'd just go ahead and get all futures data. I think it'd be crazy good for trade ideas. Why do I have winners in my race, but there aren't any stocks running across the screen? I'm not sure what you mean by running across the screen, Chad. Okay, Trader 77. It sounds like you, yeah, keep up with that stuff a lot more than I do. Yeah, I know. I agree. I've learned to play the ETFs, but yeah, I would love. I mean, our data centers are open up 24/7 anyway. So why not just yeah, now I know futures data is quite a bit more expensive than the equities. Uh, but you just pack it into the cost. So if it's $13 a month versus whatever it is, 4 or 5 for equities. Whew, it's pretty dead today, isn't it? SMHs are holding up well, but just in no man's land. Qs. What's oil been doing? Yeah, and that's probably the uh, feeling I would probably get to Trader 77. I think I would. Uh, I think it'd be a kick to trade. I really, yeah. I watch it a lot of times. The charts overnights and things like that, and but yeah, I just know. I know myself. I don't trust myself. So, Chad, are you talking about? So you're seeing the winners, but you're not seeing the races. So you're not having any that you don't see any of these stocks in here. All you're seeing is a blank screen, but you're seeing the winners. Okay, are you like on a hotspot or something? Uh are you at home? And here I can let me share this one with you and see if you have, because obviously it's working for me. I'll share this race and you tell me, you load it and tell me if you don't see anything on this one as well. And that's just a relative strength race. Oh yeah. Yeah, get that one, Peter. It's not only an educational book, but it's very entertaining. It's very entertaining. And yeah, you'll read it probably over the weekend. A lot of quotes still quoted today from old Livermore. Chad, yeah, if you're experiencing that one, and I haven't seen people coming in to our support today with that issue. So a lot of times, if you're on a hotspot or something like that, you got to make sure you're in new HTTPS mode. Uh, that one works as it should. Okay, it's probably uh, yeah, it could be some sort of setting.
Andy,
Barry,
I gotta pop in because you're talking about reminiscence of a stock operator.
yes.
So I read that book, and I read the whole book.
Oh, you don't come in here and dog
And
it.
and what's that?
You're about
And
to come in here and dog my book, aren't you? No.
no, 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 not at
Okay.
all. I read the book and I thought it was a work of fiction. I
Oh,
had no
wow.
idea it was real. Okay. I thought it was, reminiscence of a stock operator. I
Right.
thought this was a complete and utter work of fiction. You're absolutely right. Highly entertaining book to read.
Mhm.
Very, very entertaining.
Mhm.
But I thought, oh, okay, this is just a work of fiction. And Jesse Livermore sounded like a made up name to me.
Oh,
Like
wow.
the
Yeah,
whole thing.
interesting.
I thought it
Oh,
was a complete work of fiction. And it was only, I don't even know how long it took. It could have been months, could have been a year later, could have been 10 years
before
later
you realize.
before somebody started talking about it. I said, well, that was a great fiction piece of, no, what are you talking about? That was real. I said, no. I actually read that whole thing thinking it was just a work of fiction.
Oh, interesting, man.
I know,
Wow.
but it's very, very excellent book though to read. I mean, it's
It is.
entertaining. One of the more
It is very
entertaining,
entertaining, yes.
even if it was a work of fiction, it was a
Mhm.
extremely entertaining
Yeah, oh,
book to read.
yeah. It was.
So, but
It was. No, I can see how it was so entertaining, you would almost assume that it was fiction, you know? It's
yeah,
like, yeah.
exactly. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up, can
No,
you? But I
no.
guess
Uh-uh.
So anyway, I just had to I had to pop in as we were talking about it. And I didn't want to forget to mention that. So I'll let you go for another 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I'll come
yeah,
back
the
in.
market's about to go to Lowe's here, Barry.
Yeah, oh
So
yeah. Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
Andy.
yeah, take
Thanks
your
for doing
time.
that.
Take your time. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Yes, Peter, but definitely get that and check it out. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, Coin was a great. I was looking at that this morning, and that would have been a great shorting opportunity when it broke out and everybody was scrambling to the long side. Wow, look at that. What's that CIFR doing? Yeah, I want to know if this thing goes through highs. Uh, and there is Faz coming through relative strength. Boy, that's that's ugly. Or that's pretty if you're short the financials. Let's take a look at some of the big financials and see how they're doing. Pretty ugly. Yeah, not looking good. Whatever happened to Credit Suisse? Oh, that's right. They got bought out by somebody. I forgot about that. Well, let's see. KWeb is actually trying to turn upward as the market turns. Keep that in the back of your mind. You may have to be watching some China plays over the next. I will share the China watcher in case anybody who just wants to keep an eye on China stocks. If China is going to start outperforming, it's always nice to have a scan up if it does and it's going to have all your major stocks in it. And you can get some incredible move. These things trade, even though they may have a lot of shares in the float, they'll trade like a low float stock. Look at it's popping up right here. A little bit of volume coming in as the market goes to lows. Boy, what was that right there? What's my lead doing? My lead's going the opposite. And the SPY is on lows. That's going to be tempted to buy if KWeb keeps going. Actually bought a little bit of this towel, and I forgot to buy it in here, but it was such a small thing. I didn't even buy it in here, small amount. I just bought some at that 906 this morning. Had earnings. I read their earnings report. It seemed that they beat top and bottom. I was going, well, I'm gonna take a shot down here on that gap fill. And such tiny size, I didn't even buy it in my simulator. And of course, I put a stop in just like 20 cents lower. So it was like I didn't even mess with it.
All right, Andy, let's talk politics.
Oh, Barry, you sound garbled. And we don't hear you now. I don't know if you're still talking. Is it me, or does he sound garbled to you guys as well?
I am talking.
Huh? Yeah, you're coming in and out.
What to do? Well, I don't know what to do, Andy.
Okay, you seem like you're coming in a little bit better. Let's see. Yeah, Lucas says he doesn't even hear you.
Well,
Do you have is it a UBS jack?
um, yes, I mean, yeah.
Sometimes for me, the best thing to do is unplug it and plug it back in.
Really?
Yep.
I will try that. The other
Now you're
room is
coming in.
fine.
Now you're coming in fine. Okay.
Okay.
yeah.
I don't want to do that because the other room is fine and there are more
Okay.
people in the other room.
Oh,
So
yeah, I got you.
and in case
Nope.
by unplugging it, I screw everything up.
That's true.
Okay.
You're coming in fine now.
All right. Well, Andy, my friend, you can take off.
All right,
Thanks
Barry.
for driving the market down while I was on my break.
Well, look at
And,
KWeb here on my screen. I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually kind of popping in a different direction. So
There's a divergence, isn't there?
yeah, there is. Over the last 5 days, there's definitely relative strength in China. So I'll be
Well, you
keeping an
love
eye on it.
China. I know you
I do.
love China. Because you've told the people that you spent time in China, right?
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
it may have been a while, but if I didn't, I will talk about that next week.
Okay. Give you something to talk about next
That's
Friday.
right. That's right.
All right, my friend. Have a great weekend.
All
I'm
right.
trying to think of any exciting games this weekend. Anything on the
Uh,
college schedule?
oh gosh, you know what? I haven't even looked. I don't. Uh, I usually see the advertisements on TV, so I bet it's not that big of a week.
Yeah.
But there'll be a couple out there somewhere.
Oh yeah. And baseball tonight. I
Ah,
guess
yeah,
you're
the Rangers. Now
so you'd
I'm a
be
bigger Astro fan. I'm a huge Astro fan, but I'm gonna root for my,
right.
Texas. I'm gonna root for my state. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I'm mixed because I think that this is way off topic, of course, but I think the Blue Jays made an incredibly insane mistake by getting rid of their catcher, Gabby Moreno, and who went
Uh-huh.
to Arizona. He was a rookie last year, and they said they traded him. They got a couple of guys from Arizona. Okay, I don't think you trade what could be a generational catcher away.
No.
It's that simple. And
No.
of course, the fans up here were all over the Blue Jay brass for
For
doing
pulling
that.
that. Yeah.
So
I
I'm
don't blame them.
kind of going for Arizona just because I really I'm intrigued by Moreno. But anyway,
Yeah, you
I
know
don't
what?
really
They're a
have.
hard team not to root for. I like that Corbin guy, man. He's
Oh
gonna win
yeah.
Rookie of the Year, man. Gosh, he's fast.
Oh,
Yeah.
isn't he though? Isn't he
Mm,
incredibly fast?
man.
Yeah.
Little gnat
Anyway,
out there, man.
but there were some great games. I mean, I don't really, my favorite
Oh, there
teams aren't
was.
really in, but there were some great games to
There really
watch.
was.
So
Yeah.
okay,
All
Andy,
right.
have a great weekend, and we'll
You do the
catch you next
same,
Friday.
Barry. All right, and
Okay,
everybody
thanks.
have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye bye. All right, guys, let me get my screen back. Hopefully, again, the sound is not cutting in and out. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Last thing for me to do is to get my music going. There we go. So when I left, I mean, not that this was an awesome trade. I told you I wasn't going to take it because I was going on my break. But I mean, if you did take this one, the EDR on the break of 22, or 23, it got up to 23.35, and it's come right back down. So you got to be quick. The only thing I'm in, and you probably know, is that I reshorted the hog. I took a small loss the first time I shorted it, and I've been reshorted it in this 280 level, 282 level actually, when it came back down. So I'm still kind of in this one, not kind of. I'm in this one. We'll see if it continues to move down inch by inch, and that is about it. I'm just again, this market is just if you've never been in a market like this, look, the market was like this. I think last. Let's take a look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY was doing this back here. This is back in March of earlier this year, and this looked like it was all over. Remember that 380 level was everybody was watching that 380 level, and of course, then it had went on a tremendous run. I'm not saying it's going to bounce anytime soon, but anyway, if you haven't been in a market like this for a while, yeah, it's kind of debilitating somewhat to wake up every single day and the market just keeps getting trashed. Myself as an intraday trader, it doesn't affect me that much, though it's a lot easier, when the market's going higher, because you get more people in the market and it's a lot easier, obviously, to go long. But I do feel for people with their mutual funds and 401ks, and in Canada we have our excuse me, our RSPs, as they're called up here. So I know it's got to be pretty tough. Yeah, one that caught my eye was a more expensive one, but there's a GTLS. It's another earnings play, and I was actually trying to get it, but its spread was so bad. Well, it's not a terrible spread for the price of the stock, but I just couldn't get the price I wanted. I was looking at it right about here at the 114 level. The spread, I mean, it's not terrible for a $100, $111 stock. It's not terrible, but I just couldn't get the price I wanted. This is right when I was on, just when I was starting my break, or just after my break, and I looked at this. I said, okay, a little break of 115. It's an earnings play. Market continues to move down. Yeah, that AVTR was busy trader. I mean, at the very beginning, I looked, earnings play. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, earnings play. Big pop up. This was a big move in the after hours and even pre-market or when the market opened. And then 9:30, that's your 9:30 candle, and then yeah, you're right, but real just straight down. Well, maybe the hog can just keep inching its way down for me. That's it for me right now. Relentless, guys. Just is just absolutely relentless now. Ever since 11:15, that little topping tail there, 11:15, and we've just been relentless selling. Okay, all right. Well, hog, it's down into the 20s. That would be a nice. Wouldn't that'd be a nice trade for me? Okay, right now, but okay. Why don't I just put an alert? 26, 29. So look at my look at this top list, guys. These are earnings plays down. Okay. Look at all the stocks that are almost at, well, these are right at today's low, and these are almost at today's low. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of stocks just almost at today's low. So let's take a look at FHI. I mean, FHI, again, it's color coded in green. That means it's still up for the day, but look what it's doing. It's fading, fading, fading. Same thing with the EQNR. Still up for the day, barely, but it's fading, 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 fading. And you can always tell that because you see green, that means it's still up for the day, but when you see the position in the day's range, it's basically at the low of the day. Whereas a stock like HUBG, still down for the day, but it is trying, it's in the upper half of the day's range. Not that I want to take this, but not with the market doing this. I'd be way more inclined when the market is doing this to looking at a stock that is still green for the day, but is at the low of the day. Yes, you can get my earnings layout. Let me just find it for you in our YouTube room. I'll put that link in all the rooms if in case you want it, guys. So the link I'm putting in is that is this. Again, two ways of looking at earnings. Okay, this is a compare count window, which is basically two alert windows competing against each other with the symbol list of just looking at earnings plays. Actually, it's not a symbol list. It's just the two alert windows is just looking at earnings plays by using the earnings filter call or the earnings filter. Okay, and now this is a real time. So if it's in red, it's just making another new low. And this is just a different way of looking at it. And this is telling me that since I opened this, which was at 9:30, or actually in the pre-market, 71% of the earnings plays are down versus 29% up. Okay, that's what that is telling you. All right, guys, I guess I'll do a video now. So what time is it? 13:11, 1:11. Yeah, marketing Denver. I'll do a video. I can always find something. Okay, again, it's 1:12, so let's back around no later than. Okay, back around 1:22. It should be sooner, but again, in case I have some technical issues. So I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm now back. So William says he'll keep the room open until 3:30 today. Okay, so I'll be checking out around 3. William says he'll keep the room open until 3:30. I've just covered most of the hog. I got into the 26s. So I said I was hoping we'd get into the 20s. And that would be a pretty good trade for me. So cover most of it now. Matt, I noticed that you said you were shorting SNY. Did you get nailed also though on a commission that the French government or whatever we want to call it, the French government issued to you for shorting SNY like others did? Really? Are you sure? We might want to check. We had a couple of people in the room that shorted SNY, and then I mean, it was in the fine print, but they got dinged with some kind of I don't know, it's a percentage commission. Oh, okay, interesting, Curtis. Well, maybe they just didn't like PJ and Casa. Interesting. Okay. Well, I maybe it depends on the broker. No, I can't. I mean, because it was in theory from the French government, but oh boy. Okay, what to do here? So Ford is still inching its way down, guys. This was an AI play from our AI. Only 3 alerts today. Inching its way down. 1048, 1014 now. Not bad. 3% move. Ford is an earnings play. So the fact that they settled this, you can see yesterday, they had the pop up yesterday before it sold off. I guess they settled with the United Auto Workers, and GM did it today. One of these Liberty LBRDA, one of these Liberty stocks. Not an earnings play. I can't see the exact reason, but this is a pretty big drop. So you can see right here, look at my momentum scanner. The last stock that met all the filter requirements was at 12:54 Eastern Time, ITCI, big pop up and then a drop. Okay, guys, let's maybe go over a little money management. Let me find a stock that we can take a look at just to demonstrate money management. Let's take a look at the gas, okay, GASS. Again, I'm just using this as a to demonstrate and the use of our simulator. Our simulator, all you need is our standard service, okay? And but you must be using our downloadable application. And the simulator, it's called Brokerage Plus. If you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this is the window that will show up. You may have different columns, but this is the gist of it. And in order to use the simulator, and all this will be available during the test drive. So when you load it, if you click on when you load it, it'll probably say not connected. You just click on Sim, the two options underneath Brokerage Plus, Live and Sim. Click on Sim. If it doesn't turn to simulator, if it turns to account, just click on the account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay, you're in the simulator. So our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. Again, all you need is our standard service. You click on an alert. I'll click on another one just to prove to you that the symbol will change. So you click on an alert. I'll click on gas, GASS. Okay. Now, let's say you wanted to take this trade. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? And I'm going to explain why I'm doing all the things I'm doing in terms of how many shares I'm taking, etc. Now, the first thing I should say is that before I take a trade, I have a checklist. Everything has to be checked before I'll take the trade, okay? Now, a lot of the things are already checked for me based on my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of a price range that I normally would want to trade. I have a minimum volume that's going to happen. I'm going to have maybe a minimum relative volume. So a lot of things are already checked. I don't have to worry about that. So then the next step, though, of course, is when I look at potentially taking a trade, and most of the time the stocks are near the high of the day, right at the high of the day or the low of the day. The first thing I have to determine, okay, if I took this trade, first of all, where could it keep going? Where could it keep going before it hits the next high on the daily chart, if assuming I'm going long, or the next low on the daily chart if I am going short? Okay. So if I see what I consider maybe enough room, then the next step is, okay, but if a trade doesn't work, where am I putting my stop? So actually the first thing is really, where am I going to put my stop? I jumped the gun. Where am I going to put my stop? And my stop is the price I'm getting out of the trade where I feel it doesn't work. Okay. And my stop, if I were truly, going to take this, I'd probably put it around 567 or so, a lot of action on the 15-minute chart right around here. If it broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. If I were starting out trading, though, I might take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop. The reason being is that, where I think there could be a support area is not necessarily where you might. Okay. And it can be when you're starting out, that's probably one of the more difficult aspects of trading. Where are you going to get out of the trade when it's not working? So at least the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. Okay. There's no guesswork. It's just a defined number. So with all that said, then the next step is, okay, if I look left, let's just say I had in this case, we're going to see that I'm going to have I'm going to have a 20-cent stop. And I'll explain the why. I have to be able to look left. And for me, the way I trade, if I have a 20-cent stop, I have to be able to look left and see that I have the possibility of making 40 cents on the trade. So I'm going to risk 20 cents with the possibility of making 40 cents. If I look left, and the possibility is because when I look left, I don't see anything until say 50 or 60 cents away, okay, from where I'm in, or at least 40 cents away when I look left. So there is the possibility that I could make, a risk 20 cents to make 40 cents. Now, because I think it could get there doesn't mean it's going to, but I won't take the trade unless I think it could. So if I see that my stop should be 20 cents away and I look left, and I see the next high is 20 cents away, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to maybe make 20 cents. Okay, now that's just the way I trade. A lot of people are even more, call it conservative. They won't take a trade unless they can make a 3-to-1 real. In other words, risking 20 cents to make 60 cents. Okay. So with all that in mind, let's take the trade on gas. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. And I'm going to take when I click on this box here, I'm going to see some share sizes. I don't have to pick from the box. I can type in exactly what I want, but I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. The spread is only a penny. So I can click buy and send. Okay, so I'm in the trade at 572. I will now put a stop 20 cents away, and I'll explain why, which is 552. When I do that, you're going to see on the chart, you're going to see approximately $100 minus $100. So what that means is, if I allow this to happen and the stock starts to drift down, 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 I'll take myself out of the trade. Well, in this case, it'll be automatic, but it's just showing me that if I allow the stock down to 552, I'll be out for a $100 loss. Okay. So that's the next step of trading, because if you have a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense. So you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. That's why I put a stop 20 cents away. I just wanted to make the math super simple. Doesn't mean my stop is always 20 cents away when I take a trade. It all depends on what I see on the chart. But that is going to determine how many shares I take. Because again, the way I trade, I don't risk $1,000 one trade, $500 the next trade, $100 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount, how much I'm willing to risk on a trade, lose on a trade, to about the same amount every time. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, and with a cell referring to how much you're going to risk every trade. So let's say it's $100. You input your entry, you will put in your stop, and then that'll calculate how many shares you can take. And I don't get hung up if it says 450 and you should have taken 475, or I wouldn't get too hung up on that, but that'll give you an idea about how many shares you should take. So here we are, 500 shares in at 572. There's my stop. Okay. So at this point now, the next step, and it can be now, first of all, you should practice trading. Okay. Practice trading before you commit money to the market is why we have a simulator here. Now, how long is it going to take? No idea. Before you actually should commit money to the market. It could take several months. It could take a year. I know nobody wants to hear that, but trading is difficult. It's not easy. Okay. And you've got to practice, and you have to have some kind of a trading plan, and you have to have, try to obey your stops, because it's easy in the simulator to obey your stops. In other words, if this goes down to 552, it'll take me out, but it's only play money, right? Until you can make money in the simulator, though, do not start trading. Now, the unfortunate part, though, is even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live. The reason being is that, again, it's easy to let yourself get stopped out when you're in the simulator. It's not real money. Sometimes it's not as easy when you have money on the line. The reason being is that, with all the best intentions of the world, you've been practicing, and you've been practicing where you like to take stops, put your stops, and yes, you've been obeying it. But when you start trading, sometimes you start to second guess yourself. Just give me a moment. You get into a trade, and all of a sudden it starts drifting down to your stop price, and you can't believe it because everything lined up well. It even had a great news release or earnings. News is not a reason for me to take a trade. I just refer to it as a bonus. If it happens to have good news, fine. Okay. The room is talking about it. Everybody's talking about it, and yet it still isn't working. It's drifting down to your stop price. So instead of obeying your stop because you're just convinced that it will come back, you disobey your stop. And then you're instead of that $100 manageable loss, it turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally, exit the trade, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. I should just have myself on a recording. I know, because the next thing is almost as worse, as bad, is not obeying your stop. You're down a whole bunch of money, and then it does turn around for you, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you say, "See, I knew it would come back." Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my opinion, not obeying your stop over and over again can really do a lot of damage to your account. Okay. You know, commissions are so cheap now. That's not an excuse for getting out of a trade. In the old days, when commissions, you could be paying two, three, four, $500 in and out. Sure, pretty tough. But commissions are so cheap. Sometimes what happens, you get into a trade, and maybe, who knows, maybe the trade you got into is really more tracking the market than you think. And all of a sudden the market starts putting in some really big red bars. And whereas maybe the market was going up like this when you took the trade, and you thought, okay, I'm going to take the trade. And all of a sudden the market starts really dropping, taking you out of the trade. Well, you don't know that, before you take the trade, that's going to happen. But maybe later on it sets up in almost the same way, and you can always get back into the trade. Okay. Again, having not wanting to pay the commission is no longer. You either have free commissions, depending who your broker is, or even if you have IB with a half a cent commission, it's just no excuse. Okay. Now it's a good question for Shady. I'm sure when Shady goes into the trade, I mean that's the expectation. But just like I said, just because when I look left on a trade and I say, okay, yeah, it's got a chance for risking 10 cents to make 20 or 20 cents to make 40. It's got a chance. It may not do that. So, for instance, if I got close to a real, I want to keep saying a 1 for 2, risk reward. Anyway, if I got close to that level and then all of a sudden it starts dropping down, here's a possibility I'll take some out. And maybe it's only going to be a 1 for 1. Okay. Just because, my I don't even want to call it expectation. It's just that I have a reasonable chance of getting that, the risk reward that I want. But because I think there's a reasonable chance doesn't mean it's going to happen. So I'm not going to be crazy. I'm not going to, just be stubborn and wait for that it to gets up to within a penny, and then it starts dropping. And I'm saying, nope, I'm going to wait and see if it gets back up there. Of course, I won't do that. The other thing is that the way I construct my stops, this is the worst. My stop is the worst I want to do in a trade. And so, for instance, if I were truly in this trade and I saw this starting to move down and maybe the market is affecting it and other things are affecting it, I can get out before my absolute stop. Okay, so that's the way I trade. Now I can't speak for Shady, but I think that's what, I mean, Shady's not going to go into a trade, wishing 10 cents to try to make a nickel. Okay, I don't think, anyway. It may happen. It may happen. That's all you make because, of the market conditions. But the expectation, having a reasonable chance based on your trading style, is to get into a trade, to at least get a 1 for 2 risk reward. How do you auto change the 10-minute daily weekly chart to the stock selected in the top list window? Okay, Stuart, so that's a question in our YouTube room. I'm assuming you mean this is when I click on forward F here, doesn't matter whether it's a top list, any symbol. Are you saying I click on F and it automatically changes in the weekly, daily, and the 15? Is that what you mean? Whether it's a top list or an alert window or a multi-strategy window, anytime you click on an alert, is that what you mean? Why did it automatically change in all these three time frames? Is that what you mean? Just waiting for an answer, Stuart. Hopefully you can hear me. Is my audio gone out again in YouTube? I know there was a problem when I re-entered, taking over from Andy. Okay, yes. So I'm assuming yes means okay. So in the charts, basically two options, Stuart, and anybody else who's listening. If I right click on the chart and I click on time frame, I'm sorry. If I right click on the chart and go down to properties, this box will pop up and you see there is an option that says symbol linking. Now, the default should be linked to all up here. This box will pop up also, so that you shouldn't have to worry about that. The default should be linked to all. I don't want to get into these other colors, so it should say link to all, and then just check the symbol linking. So it's either on or it's off. Symbol linking is either on or off. So in these three charts, symbol linking is on, but in this one, the SPY chart, that's why the SPY chart does not change. It's off. That's why the symbol linking is off. Okay, so did you hear my explanation, Stuart? Just go to the chart, right click, go to properties, down to properties. This box will pop up. Symbol linking is either checked or unchecked. So when you check it, and this link to all should also be checked, but that should be the default. That should be already checked. And that's why when I click on an alert, when I click on gas, these three time frames change to gas. This one doesn't, the SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. Okay? Okay, Stuart, is that you good to go? Okay, so it was for some reason it was unchecked. The link to all was unchecked. It shouldn't have been. I mean, it is the default. It's the default. So, but as long as it's working, that's good. Um, I don't know, Stuart. And this is a docked window. This is a dock window, and I don't do anything special here. I mean, sorry. Come on. I don't do anything special here. In other words, I'm not telling it to, link to this window. Any chart that I've got up. Unless I'm missing something, symbol linking. Unless the symbol linking has to be checked, the link to all, and then maybe that's what it wasn't. Also, but it's not like you have to say, okay, this alert window, make sure it's linked to this dock window. No, not that I'm aware of anyway. All right, well, let's take a look here because this is my dock layout. I don't do anything differently. I don't think anyway. Symbol linking, link to all. I click on VJRI, it'll show up in here. I mean, I do have, yes, the symbol linking is linked to all, but that's the default. I mean, you have to make a conscious effort to change it to one of these colors. And I don't, I mean, this is an option I know that in a lot of charting programs, I just don't, even there, it says dock window. I mean, I don't check that. I just say link to all, and now wherever I have a chart, wherever I have my single stock window, it'll change. At any rate, if it's working the way you're doing it, great. Okay. That's the bottom line, really, isn't it? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Well, again, the default always is link to all. Okay. That is the default. So unless so that's why I'm saying usually you don't have to worry about that. All right, guys, what time is it? Is it 3 o'clock yet? No. Guys, I'm not in the hog anymore, but it is moving. Still moving down. I'm not in it anymore. All right. Well, hey, probably should have taken gas for real. Look at this. So gas is starting to move a bit here, guys. Now these are hotkeys. All right. So these are just some very, very basic ones. So if I had a bunch of trades in here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of, and then I could flatten it. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Now, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay. If you really felt like you want to practice swing trade, wow, look at the hog now. Shoot, in it anymore. But so you if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward, of course, of tomorrow. Tomorrow meaning Monday. Okay, so that's how you can practice if you you want to try to practice some swing trading. Okay, is this new? ABOS. Let's take a look at ABOS. ABOS all-time low. ABOS all-time low showing up in the option scanner. A lot of shares too. 1.57 million available to short at Interactive Brokers. I'm not a big fan of shorting these cheap ones though. That's the only issue. This is an all-time low. I would be a fan earlier on in the day, but I don't know about right now. 44 million in the float. So phase one update. So obviously the market's not reacting well. Too bad. Early Alzheimer's disease. So it's not, the market is not, well, originally they did. Look at this. I mean, had a little pop up here. Had a little, that was a big pop up here. And then again, just sold off. Well, this QB is actually not too bad. I mean, it's an earnings play, big gap up. Not a ton of volume though, 326,000, and it's already almost 2 o'clock, four times normal, but I don't know. The next high looking left is 40.32, so it has about $1 to that high. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I mean, I'm probably not going to do too much. This ATGE has been interesting. I mean, it's at the high of the day. It is an earnings play, so it is, really not following the market at all. And I thought might have been a lifetime high. It is not a lifetime high. Let's take a look at the monthly chart to see where it's in the upper range. So it looks like the lifetime high is up here around $59, so about $10 from the lifetime high. Next high looking left on that monthly chart is 5207, so it's got a little bit of room. I mean, if it can take out 50, big psychological number in my opinion, then it's got a chance for a $2 run, approximately a $2 run. So this has been a very strong earnings play. After that 945 candle down, it's been a very strong earnings play. It has not been affected by the market. Hmm. Looking at the spread here, I mean, it's a good spread for the ATGE, 49.94, 50.08. So it's not a bad spread. Look at that, just dropped. 49.68, 49.82. So looks like 50 is going to be tough for it to get through. I will stick an alert, around 54, 56, 50, 16 to see if it can really take that out. Why is this jumbled up here? Just give me a moment. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is, how do I get this stock summary? So this is called a single stock window, and it's customizable. Okay, I mean, you can have mine. If you go to my homepage, this is what you'll see, but it is totally customizable. And so when I say that, I mean, I like to see the float, I like to see the position in all these ranges. That's how I always know if a stock is at an all-time low, looking at that lifetime range. But some of you may want to see financial information, because all this is just looking at our filters. Okay? Here are all the filters, all the different filters that you can pick from, that you could have here. So it's up to you. It is totally customizable, and it's called the single stock window. So for instance, if you wanted more fundamental data, if I just click on the fundamentals. So if you cared about market cap and held by insiders, institutions, cash on hand, all this stuff, with things I don't care about, but you might. And when I say you, Stuart, I'm not talking, I'm just talking in general. This is all customizable. These are just filters here. Okay. And it's called the single stock window. So if I click on new, single stock window. Okay, and there it is. I mean, it's the same one as this. This is my default. Okay, so it's just click on new. But if you wanted mine, exactly like this, but not everybody wants to see the same things I see. I'm always interested in the VWAP, the 200-day moving average, and I like to see these position in ranges. But that's what I like to see. Doesn't mean that's what you want to see. So again, if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page. Okay, just scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and then my single stock window. Where are you? Single stock window. Okay, so that's what you'd see, but again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. Now it's I have to say it's tricky to arrange these columns exactly where you want them. But I mean, that's because if you wanted to add a column, configure, columns. So this left arrow. So if you wanted something else, or you didn't want one of these, you would highlight it. I'm not going to do it, of course, but you would highlight it and then right click. That'll get rid of it. You wanted to take one of these, you would click on it and left click it over. And then the trick is the column order to try to get it where you want it to be using these arrows. Not the easiest thing, but I've got my single stock window the way I want it. So, and I haven't changed it in a long, long time. Okay, Stuart, makes sense. And guys, keep the questions coming. Just keep me interested. CVBF. This is a reversal. Oh, come on. Look at this now. Financial. Lots of shares available. 3.68 million available at Interactive Brokers to short. Next low looking left is 1460. The market keeps moving down. This was an earnings play on the 25th. Actually, this was the reaction to earnings was yesterday. Remember, the 25th was after hours. So the reaction was actually on the 26th, and a pretty good reaction to earnings yesterday, CVBF. But, look, the market is just moving down, down, down. So pretty big float, 131 million in the float. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to get up for a bit of a stretch. It's 2 o'clock, so I have about an hour left. Again, great time to ask questions if you have any. Okay, guys, I'm back. Look at this monthly chart from Moderna. Wow. I mean, it looks like there could be some support right around here, but that's still $10 away for Moderna, mRNA. And by the way, if you're looking at this monthly chart, you see all these little buy arrows, and there's a sell one. That means this was a previous alert from our AI. That's what that means. Okay, guys, ATGE is still kind of interesting, I think. I mean, it had a little bit of a pullback, trying to get over 50 again. I mean, if you're really, really looking for something, because it's got that little bit of room up to 52. It's an earnings play. It's been strong basically all day, other than that first 15-minute candle, but it's been strong all day. Hasn't cared what the market is doing. Not saying it's going to continue this way, but it does have some strength. The Avantar, I want to say Avatar. I see we finally had a bit of a pop, AVTR. Okay, guys, I may even just put myself on mute right now. If there's a question, I'll pop right back and I'll answer it. But I really got not a lot I'm looking at. I mean, maybe the ATGE, maybe. I mean, the spread's okay, 98.07. It's okay. It may have, keep running into the close. All right. Well, listen, before I do that, I'll just pester you guys one more time about the test drive. Maybe some people might be new into the room. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts November 6th. It runs to the 20th. Those are 10 trading days. So if you sign up today and it'll cost you $11.11, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay. So please don't contact our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start till the 6th. You cannot pick your 10-day period. Also, if you cannot do it from the 6th to the 20th, in other words, say you could start on the 7th, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so it's not 10 days from whenever you start. This is a fixed period, 6th to the 20th. You'll have access to our premium service, except there will be no auto trading allowed. Okay, give me one moment. So there will be no auto trading allowed. So you have access to everything else, including the AI alerts, more charts, 20 charts as opposed to 10 with our standard. You'll be able to back test if that's what you want to try to do. Of course, you'll have access to the simulator. Sorry about guys, I'm just a little distracted here. Okay, so when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. In other words, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? You don't have to worry about that. Now, if you're a standard subscriber and you'd like to try our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. It'll cost you $11.11. Also, some have asked, will this be available? Yes, the answer is yes. This meaning if you click on new from our toolbar, Market Explorer window, okay, the strategy box will pop up. Right click, select the strategy, scroll or just move down, and another box will pop up with this anchored VWAP. This is right now, this is a $49 a month add-on for these strategies. This will be available though during the test drive. Okay. Now you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you can play around. You can take a look at all my scans. I'll probably create a layout for the test drive. You can take a look at that. And of course, Saturday and Sunday, at least get yourself familiarized with what Trade Ideas is all about. Please don't come into the test drive and say, well, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't know, what does this program do? Okay. If you're, I know it's only $11.11, but, try, William, try to take it seriously. Give you one moment. Okay. Now on my home page, Okay, so on my home page is what you're going to see. So the first thing is, here's a promo code that you can use if you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And super important, if you do decide at any point in the future to take out a subscription, please use this code. It'll help to keep the room free. Okay. This is a free room. So in order to keep it free, the more people that use my code to take out a subscription, the more the likelihood it'll still be a free room. Okay. Now, if you do take out, if you're going to take the test drive or you take out a subscription, do the get started. At the very least, do this. Okay. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, you can look at this right now. You won't have a download or an install and all that, but you can take a look at the scans, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. At least do this so you know what kind of what we do. Okay. And if you're brand new to trading, you're taking the test drive and you're brand new to trading also, Trading 101 is a series of videos you can take a look at. Again, there's my stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. Don't know if there will be one next week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Again, the education section is here. Here's our user guide. So you want a little more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I would look at price alerts, how to create a price alert on a chart. And if you're into the stock racing, it's over here. But you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, okay, in this guide. But certainly alert windows and top list windows, know what they are. And last, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. I'll probably put a layout link for the test drive. I'll create a little layout for the test drive so you can get started. But here are the individual windows and scans that I am sharing right now. So if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. And then, of course, you can take out a subscription anytime you want. And the education section is there. Okay, guys, I see that ATGE is a little bit of a pop here, guys. I mean, again, it's not looking too bad. 50-15, 50-30 now, bid ask, 15-cent spread. That's not terrible for a $50 stock. And still, again, has a little bit of room. It's been a very strong earnings play all day. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic and answer. But otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I think I will wrap this up right now for me. Okay, I'm going to put myself permanently. I'm back on Monday. Stop the screen sharing. William will keep the room open until 3:30. In the YouTube room, I'll put the main room, the trading room link in there. But I'm wrapping up for me, so I'm going to put myself on mute and stop the screen sharing right now. And for you guys, people who are in YouTube still, you can head over to the main room if you want. There is a trading room link. William will keep the room open until 3:30.